And we are live. Woo! We made it. Oh, welcome in, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Come on in, grab a seat. This is a night you won't forget.
It sure isn't. Love that for us, right, Russ?
That's right. Hello, Scott. So tonight, yes, last night I did have a pop-up live, and it might be a thing going forward. I'm not quite sure yet, but people that are just starting their channel and they don't have a lot of views or subscribers, I want to feature them during a live. That way they can pop up, get their when things start getting nervous for them, they can pop back down, calm down, come back up. That way they're getting used to being live.
Yeah.
So as their channel picks up, they're more relaxed and it's easy to be in front of the camera.
Yeah. I love that for them, Russ. That's great. It's training wheels.
Yeah. We didn't, some of us didn't have that. We were just like thrown out there. We're sitting here, we're like this, and we're trying to crochet.
Yes. Yes, that is the case. But that's good. I love that idea. There was somebody that tagged us. There was someone that tagged both of us in a new creator. She only had 22 subscribers. She mentioned you and your blanket. I watched that whole thing. She was so proud as punch, talking all the things about how, she loved your videos. She loved your channel. I can't remember her name. I think it's Shell, right?
The Shell Chronicles.
Yes, there it is. She's here. Hi. I saw your video. I loved it. It was all the things. That's so good. I'm so happy she made it here, because I was thinking, Russ, maybe you and I can bring her up on my channel one week. Maybe she can get some exposure. A brand new channel coming up on the big time, on the weekend. I'm sure she wouldn't mind that, right?
I don't, we have our third guest. And there he is, fashionably late.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Greg. How are you?
I'm good. My volume seems to be low. I think I need to fix something. Just bear with me.
We're bearing.
Hang on. I'm working on it. I'm dysfunctional at best.
Fine. You're in the house.
So, me and Kevin don't live far from the Lake Michigan.
Really? I love it.
Yeah, about 40 minutes maybe.
Oh, I'm jelly.
Okay,
so,
I'm back.
So the lake is so huge that it actually can create its own storms.
Wow.
It's like a small ocean.
Yeah, literally. So we actually had a tsunami the other day on Lake Michigan. It wasn't, the huge 40-foot tidal waves like the ocean.
Yeah.
But it's considered a tsunami.
That's insane.
Big enough to be a problem.
Oof.
I'm hopefully my 30 so miles away from the lake, I won't get flooded out.
No. So do they have beaches around there? Do they call them?
Yeah, oh yeah. We have beautiful. So when you go to Lake Michigan, there is actually a pier that you can walk out on.
Yeah.
And at the end of the pier is this great big huge lighthouse.
Really?
Yes, and the waves, it's beautiful, especially when sunset.
What? Who would have known you guys have that up there? That's great. I love that for you guys.
And all the things.
And all the things.
All the things.
Yes. I like it when you guys say that.
And
well, it's catchy. It's like cholera.
Like cholera, though.
Well, one of my coworkers, her name is Mary, so occasionally I'll refer to her as Typhoid Mary.
Oop.
She doesn't dig it.
Well, I guess not. I
You know,
wouldn't.
and then I have to, you know, educate some of the youngsters that are not familiar with that case. You know,
Um, Craig,
yeah, yes,
I had a new subscriber.
uh-huh,
Me and mom was just talking about her.
Yeah.
uh-huh.
Um, so she was wanting to know if you can do the Bowers, the book. She loves your book readings, and she's wanting to know if you can do the Bowers.
I'm sorry, the Bowers, as
The
in B-O.
the borrower, you know, the little
Oh,
people that borrow things.
borrowers.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm like, I'm sorry, you and your Michigan accent. You
Right.
know,
Michiganders. I don't know.
you know, it's like, you know, and if you're from Chicago, you park the car in the yard
Yes.
You
next
know,
to the other cars.
I have trouble saying that word.
It's okay. It's okay. No, actually, I have wanted to, believe you me, because I love that book and it's a series and I would absolutely love to do that. But I could get hit with copyright issues
Okay.
because it's not old enough yet. It's not in
Okay.
the public domain.
That is one thing that she did mention to me. She didn't know if you weren't doing it because of a copyright.
That's
But
the only reason why that I'm not even considering it at the moment.
nope, not an
You
issue.
know, but I mean, I would love to because it is such an endearing classic, and I have read it a couple of times, all 5 books actually, and it is in the juvenile fiction section, but it is far more mature than just that. It's like Little House on the Prairie. It's like, you know, yep, you got it, Shell. Um, you know, like Little House on the Prairie, it's like, you know, yeah, it's in the juvenile fiction section, but there's depth to it. There's hardship. You know, yes, there are little people living under the floor of a kitchen, but they have to deal with emigrating and, you know, being potentially captured. And, you know, I mean, it's dramatic, you know. I mean, I may be sounding silly, but you know,
Somebody got married.
oh, well, congratulations, Denisha.
She got married. Love
That's
that for her and it's all
awesome.
the things.
Always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Someday, Craig. Someday. Someday. Just keep crocheting. You'll be fine.
So while we were talking, and I was talking about Friday evenings, I might start doing a people that have new channels,
Nice, nice.
bring them up live.
Cool.
It's late at night, and so there's only going to be, you know, maybe 30, 50 people tops to let them come in, get their feet wet,
Hmm.
and if they're too nervous, they can step down, calm down,
Yeah.
they come back up. So that way, when their channel gets a rolling, they're able to
Hmm.
be more ease
Yeah.
and not, you know, not like we were sitting here trying to crochet and talk in front of the camera, trying to get something done, and everything's a mess.
No, I totally understand that because I mean it was, I want to say, the better part of a year where I did not show my face on camera. It was just my voice and just my hands, and that was it. But it was one of the shawls that I did. Um, it was called like the Wrap Yourself in Love shawl, and it was shaped differently. It was sort of like almost like a heart shape. It was like it was like 3 big granny squares, and the shape of it meant that I would have to wear it to demonstrate what it looked like. So it's like my debut was modeling a shawl, and it was something that I was not keen on doing initially because I'm like, okay, it's like, yes, I'm already in the rainbow colored spectrum of flamboyancy. Um,
It's fine.
and so you know, I was just like, you know what, just
Do it.
suck it up, buttercup, you know. and just do it. And then the irony, though, is that, whenever I do a shawl video, I sometimes get, "Oh, well, thank you, Miss C."
I owe my. Sorry.
When I do like a shawl video, I sometimes get comments like, "Oh, why aren't you modeling it? We love it when you model it and do the little twirl and everything like that." Oh, the irony, right?
I love when you model your shawls.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's all the things, Craig.
Well, and then of course, like you turn around and then you got to go like this. You have to have a little like Zoolander, Vogue moment.
Yes, of course.
You
made it, so why wouldn't you? It's perfect.
Well,
who cares, right? Just show it off. I love that for us.
Russ, you were going to say something?
Yeah. Let me say something real quick. Hey, Kevin. Make Jennifer Coleman a moderator, please. Tap on her comment and go down to where it says moderator and put general moderator. So I made Kevin a moderator that can act in my behalf.
Oh, that's good.
He's the only one so far that can do that.
That's good. Congratulations.
Yeah, more work for him. I'm too pretty to work and do this too.
I love it. It's so good.
So it's a boys' night out. Where's Junior?
Junior right now. Junior's playing with his grandma.
Okay.
And so
because we have to have all the things and all the boys.
Love it.
Well,
say it again.
Junior's chasing grandma. Rudy's chasing Junior, and Tippy's just kind of like watching.
Well, it's not Tippy's night.
She's CEO. She can do what she wants.
Well, yeah. She's the supervisor.
She tells me when and where and how much I can buy in yarn. She's the perfect CEO, I'm telling you.
And as long as you keep providing the catnip, she'll be too dazed to disagree with you.
Exactly.
Here's my boy.
Oh.
Here, there we go. Here he is. Here's Junior. There he is. Hi, baby boy. He's really nervous.
It's okay. We don't bite.
There, that's my buddy.
Oh my.
Thank you.
I mean, as much as I would love to have a cat, I would asphyxiate.
And then this is Rudy. He gets very jealous.
Look at those markings.
If you would like him, Juan, I can have him to your doorstep by Monday.
No, that's okay. I like to look.
Yeah, but this way you can look every day.
Part of me would like to have maybe a Maine Coon, because they are huge and they're fluffy. They're like the size of small dogs, so it's like the independence of the cat, but like the big and like, because apparently they're also like more affectionate than other breeds. But they're also like really big, and there's a lot of foof going on. So actually, if there's a lot of foof going on, you could potentially spin the foof and make some yarn. People do that.
Yeah. Just holding him. Just holding
I can imagine.
I am full of fur.
But the thing is that, I probably wouldn't live long enough to make a 2-ply yarn, because I would, have, like I'd be covered in hives and I wouldn't be able to breathe more than likely. So that's kind of out. Hey, Spring. How you doing, Chiquita?
I can do that for you, Craig. I can spin Junior's fur, and I can make you a neck warmer and a hat. I can do that for you just because I love you.
Mm-hmm.
Aw, I love that for you guys.
You haven't spun in ages.
But I'm sure I can make some spinnable fiber.
You still have the Cassandra, don't you?
Yep. I, I love it.
Well,
It
I still
works.
have the Cassandra, but it's in my garage because I mean I tried it and I was just like, this is just too cattywampus for me.
I don't have any problems.
I mean, well, maybe it was the way that I put it together. I don't know, but the polywog though, when I was using that, I loved that. The only issue I had with my spinning wheel was that the size of the bobbins, you could only fit so much yarn on there. Um, you know, uh, before you had to take it off the bobbins and ply it. Like there were some limitations, but as far as the ease of the use and the compactness, one,
Sorry.
as far as the compactness of the design of the polywog, I mean, I think it's a brilliant spinning wheel, but that was the only issue that I had as far as that goes, the size of the bobbins, and also the price was very reasonable compared to some of them.
Yeah, some of the spinning wheels are very, very expensive.
Yeah, like thousands.
Yeah. And I think I got mine for a really good price. Well, Kevin actually bought it for me for Christmas one year.
Yeah, I mean the Cassandra was very, very reasonable, all things considered. But I just we didn't work well together. And I had a spinning friend of mine. She tried to help me out, and she's like, "Yeah, this thing is crazy."
Mine is, I don't know. Mine seems to be fine.
Oh no. So last night you were on live, and I lurked for a little bit to see what was going on. I was in the middle of something, so I didn't start in on the chat. But you were currently kibitzing about the Hirschner's drama. Is there any update on that?
Tell us the things, Russ.
No, not Hirschner's. I'm sorry, Aberdeen. Excuse me.
Oh, Aberdeen. No, I have not.
I correct myself. Not Hirschner's, Aberdeen. There are too many names. Too many names. All the things.
I have not contacted them yet, but I will. I have to word it just right.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think you have a screen capture of what I sent. You could cut and paste and doctor that. I think I was very reasonable.
Have you heard
how I made my approach? What?
Have you heard anything back from them?
No, I mean, I don't. I think I mentioned this on the last live. I don't know. I did contact, well, through the app anyway, my credit card, and I said, yeah, I'm disputing these charges because I never received the product. And then what my credit card company did was they credited me that charge, at least, until one way or the other. So it's I'm not out that money. And it's, under review, and that could take months. It's there's that the little tracker timeline of when it was submitted, and then it's at the bottom it's completion or closed or whatever, and then in the middle it's merchant reviewing dispute. It's last time I checked it was still on that one, and I'm they might be waiting a long time to hear back from the merchant at this rate. I don't know. I have all the sympathy in the world for people that are going through difficulties, health-wise, whatever. I have all the sympathy in the world, but I also believe in work ethic and accountability and doing the right thing by, the people that make your business possible.
Correct.
It's one hand washes the other and both hands wash the face. But when you're trying to clap with one hand, it's kind of difficult. You don't get much of an applause there. So I mean, I don't have any hard feelings as long as I get the full refund, and because I mean I love the yarn, but I'm just, you guys know the drill.
Yeah. Hopefully they come back though, because they have really good yarn.
Yeah, well, I mean, same exact thing, in a sense with Leto Workshop. I love their hooks. I would buy more in a heartbeat. But yeah, Ukraine is still going through a lot of problems. So I'm not going to be like, well, I'm never buying from them again. You know, it's like, well, no, they're currently going through drama, you know. Oh, thank you, Donna. Thank you for the info.
That's great.
Um, you know, I mean, like if Leto Workshop ever opens up shop again, you know, and I hope that they do for a number of reasons. One, because that would mean that they are okay, and two, that you know they're capable of producing such fabulous, you know, I mean, they're not just hooks. To me, they're like works of art. They're gorgeous because they would have inclusions. They would have, you know, yeah, shell, yeah. Um, you know, they would have inclusions. They were different kinds of woods, different kinds of stains, you know, and the shape of the hook tip for me was ideal. It was perfect. It was the exact kind that I love, you know, more of a boy as opposed to a Susan Bates style of hook. And to me, they were like little works of art. Um, and so I would love to purchase more from them, you know, if given the opportunity, you know, and also if they're getting their feet wet again, give them whatever exposure I could, because I mean, I've been using their hooks almost exclusively since I got them, and that's been a while. You know, like you can see the transition over the years of what kinds of hooks that I'm using. Like initially it was just like the regular, you know, boy hook with like no grip on the end. And then after, you know, a while with that, it was like with the little sort of foamy ergonomic grip. And then eventually the aren't they Roxy? They are fabulous. Um, yeah, and then after the ergonomic grips, then moved on to the Letos. You know, and it's especially good if you're using a rather small hook, like anything under like a size I, it can be very hard on the hands.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why I don't use a smaller hook. Like, it's got to be a certain ergonomic style hook in order for me to use it, because my hands are 9 inches long. I have huge hands. And so using those little hooks really puts a strain on all the joints around here. So I get what you mean. That's cool.
Russ, are you having a wardrobe malfunction?
He's got all the things happening over there. I love it.
I just like showing the blanket.
You're showing off your goods. We know.
Yeah.
Well,
that's all good.
A girl's got to do what a girl's got to do to get.
I know. Whatchamacallit? I found the biggest thing with the ergonomics, if I'm using yarn, is especially if I was ever doing amigurumi, because you need to stitch very tightly and you're using a much smaller sized hook. So it's like with those especially, ergonomic is the way to go, definitely. Or if you're doing anything with thread crochet.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely. So, all right, so Russ, you're working on your Aberdeen yarn blanket, and you're working on the Aunt M.
Yes, my Annie M blanket.
Annie M. I see. Well, I knew it was somewhere over the rainbow. Something. I'm like, okay.
Thank you for remembering.
Well, I make an effort, you know.
You do, and I appreciate that about you.
I'm working on. I'm working on a myriad of different things at the moment, but because of the nature of what they are, I can't show them. I'm sorry.
You can't
would
show.
Would you like me to show them instead?
Not a single thing. Everything is hush hush. There isn't a single thing you can share with us.
I mean, the thing is, I started working with the video for the I'm sorry, I'm having mental flatulence.
Okay.
The Christmas in July box of Russ's, I did already film it because I couldn't wait any longer because the suspense was killing me. Oh, thank you, Roxy. Yes, only my hairdresser knows for sure, right? Well, so I opened up the box. I opened up the entirety of the box, And I'm not going to give any spoilers right here and now, other than I absolutely love what was inside of the box. And I already started working with the yarn in the box because I needed to know what I was working with as far as the color. And so that's why I went ahead and I, you know, oh, shell. So I wanted to see what I was working with color-wise so that I could plan accordingly. I hope you like it, Dawn. And so I started working on that, but it's going to be a tutorial, so I'm not showing it yet. And I just finished crocheting a blanket. I started it Thursday and I finished crocheting it today.
Wow.
But there's a caveat. I'm like not even half done. Even though I finished crocheting it, I have a ton more work to do on it. And that's the only information that I'm going to give.
Want me fill in the rest?
Why are you being so scutchy? Why are you
Because I
being...
know.
What is happening?
No, you don't.
I know some of it.
No, you don't.
What, Russ, what do you know that I don't know that he knows? I feel like I'm left out of the situation.
No. All right, no, Russ, you know the blanket that I'm working on with your yarn, but you don't know the blanket that I finished. Well, I finished the crocheting of it today, that I started on Thursday. No, that you have not seen, Smarty Pants.
No, that one I have not yet. But
No.
you'll tell me tonight.
You think so?
Oh, you will.
We tell each other everything. We don't have secrets.
I love that.
That's what he thinks.
Spring, if I spilled Craig's secrets, I just might as well lay down and die.
Oh no.
I would never do that to somebody. I like to pick on Craig, just because I can, but I would never.
Well,
I would never.
You pick on me because, listen, I know why you pick on me, because I'm not in scratching distance.
Oh, geez.
That too. You can't flatten my tires.
Nope.
But I would never. If it was a secret, I would never tell.
No, I know that. But no, I'm thus far, I'm really pleased with, how it's working out. And right now I'm balling up some yarn because I have plans for yet another project. And so I figure, this is something that I can do and kibitz and so forth. So yeah, and the thing is that it's again, hint. Yes, I'm giving hints. I know I'm being like a cruel little.
This to us, Craig.
What's that?
Why are you doing this to us? Just tell us some of the things.
You know what? If I'm like this, you know what? I inherited it from my mom. Okay.
Okay.
So I mean, the thing is, you should be like, why are you being like this? I'm like, well, I inherited it from you, But so yeah, the project that I'm okay.
Oh, that's nice. I love that.
Thank you.
That's
I almost missed it.
I love that.
So I was
Thank you, Elise.
Well, is Elise here?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, wow. How did you know you were ready to start your channels? Who wants to go first?
You know what, Russ? You're the man of you're the host.
Okay, so
you go first.
I started watching YouTube channels, and I subscribed to some, and I come across Craig's, and I've got so much yarn, so I had sent him a message just like, if you need yarn, just let me know. I'll send you some. And we just started talking back and forth. Well, as time progressed, he kept nudging me. It's like, you really need to start a channel. So I started going to people's channels that I watched, and I worked in the background. I was kind of like working in the background of people's channels. I didn't really want the exposure, but it was giving me a chance to get the feel of how they did things and how things worked a little bit. And Craig kept after me, and you really need to get this channel going. And then COVID hit. He's like, Russ, you really need to get this channel going. And I wished I would have listened to him when COVID had hit and started my channel, because everybody was home.
Yeah, like everybody's YouTube views just went skyrocketing
Yeah, I
during
mean
that year.
like tripled. They like tripled.
Yeah, because nobody had anything else to do, and everybody making sourdough. I mean, that went through the roof. I wish I had, gotten on that at that point, so keep
But
going.
he just kept after me, and so finally it's like, okay. And so it's like, okay, so I sat down, nervous as all heck, and made this bumbly fumbly first video. And the first video usually is a video of telling people, hey, this is who I am, this is my channel, this is what I'm going to be doing, and blah 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 blah. Well, that wasn't Russ. Russ went straight in head first, and oh, this is a yarn video. I'm showing you all of my stash. So tote by tote by tote. And
You're
then it's
welcome,
like,
Shell.
so then it was like, I didn't tell anybody who I am, what I'm about, or nothing. So then I had to do that video. So I did that video, and then here we are today. I'm still a fumbly, bumbly, babbling person. I haven't changed.
I love it. I think
All right,
it's
Juan, you're up.
okay. So mine. Well, first of all, before I say anything, let me preface this by saying my welcome to my channel video is the most cringe video on the planet. But I am leaving it up there to remind me of my growth, because I go back and I look at that video every now and then, and I'm like, I cannot believe that that was me on my first day as a YouTuber. But I had a different channel name. I had long hair to my shoulders.
Wow.
I mean, I was so much about me has changed in the last 9 months. And I was watching some YouTubers. You were actually one of them, Craig.
Oh.
I watched religiously. And I mentioned in the video the people that I've watched and things. And so it was their inspiration. Actually, yeah, they inspired me. They inspired me to buy yarn and enable myself to just really dig in and look at all the different fibers that are out there, the deals, the steals and things. And before I knew it, I had tubs and crates and bins and boxes. And, luckily for me, when I started doing all of that, I had just bought this house. And I mean, I have tons of space. So I figured, why not fill it? So about 2 rooms were filled. And then I said, okay, well, now I need to show this. But how am I going to do this? So I started doing some homework, and I did these little courses on like public speaking and, how to fix my vernacular when I'm speaking in front of a camera as opposed to just away from the camera. So I learned all the tricks and tips and all the things. So anyway, I thought I was 100% prepared. So then the day came. I sat down in the studio, I turned the camera on, and I was just horrible. I stuttered. I must have done that video at least 30 times, and that was the best take of all of them. Nothing prepares you for the moment when you actually press the play button. It just doesn't do it. And then you get to a point where you say, I have to upload this and I have to send this out there, because if I don't do this now, I'm not going to do it. And so I did it, and I don't regret it for 1 second. So if I could redo it, I would. But it was the point. I guess the answer to the question is, what made me get in front of the camera and how I knew I was ready was, 1, I had the inspiration, I had the drive, I have the material, You can't be a content creator without some sort of material, whether it be yarn, the knowledge, the hooks. You need something, or just the ability to carry a conversation. So that's how I knew. And I got in front of the camera and I just did it. And I absolutely am so glad that I'm here. All things considered. Ups, downs, lows, all of it. I'm happy I'm here. So thank you, Deanne. I appreciate you. Love that. I can't see the chat, by the way, guys.
It's the boys' night out.
Yes. Wait, Craig, have you heard about my new show that I'm doing on Tuesdays?
No.
Yes. What?
I'm sorry?
You haven't heard about my new show?
Okay. Dude, did I or did I not preface this entire conversation by saying that I finished a blanket in 2 nights?
Well, yeah, that's true. Okay, well, fine. Well, listen.
So educate me.
All right. So I have this new thing that I'm doing on Tuesday evenings.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Let's Chat Stitches. So
That's cute.
Yeah, I know, right? So
it's cute.
I'm going to bring subscribers, members, other channels. Like, it's just a place where we can bridge the gap between us and those who watch us.
Great.
And we can talk stitches. We can talk all the things. And so I have a list, and you, my friend, are on it.
Well, you, my friend, I really appreciate it. Unfortunately,
no, don't say that. Don't say that.
Okay. Well, okay. All right. Here's the unfortunate thing.
What?
I work Tuesday nights.
Okay.
Every Tuesday night.
Every Tuesday.
Yeah. It's I have a very odd schedule compared to the typical 9 to 5er. Like I think of the movie Joe versus the Volcano, where they're all like trudging into the factory in the beginning of the movie. Now with me, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday evenings I work until 9 o'clock. I mean, if you go past 9, I could wiggle in there. If you go past that, I mean, I know it's during the week, so it's kind of tricky for some people to be up that late. But Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights I work, and I work every other Saturday. That's why, like right now, is totally groovy and kosher because this is my Saturday off.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, thank you. What time were you planning on doing these things?
When you're available.
No, seriously, when are you planning on doing these things?
So Tuesday evenings.
Evening is a broad spectrum.
Yeah, I'm flexible. The people will come. If I turn it on, they'll come.
Okay, well then, yeah, some Tuesday evening, after I get home and I get myself situated, I would love to. That would be delightful.
Would 10 o'clock work?
There is a good possibility of that. Yeah. Well, because also, like as much as I wanted to join Russ last night on his stream, when other people are sleeping, I can't be noisy.
Oh yes.
So I try to be accommodating that way because not everybody is as nocturnal as I am. Because me, I got to sleep this morning at about maybe 7. Is when I finally turned in. I was stitching up a storm, and then I did some reading, and then finally I conked out, at about 7 in the morning, and then I was up at about like 1. Ooh, is that the pattern? That's the pattern that you guys were talking about the last time. That is gorgeous.
Oh my stars.
That is so cool.
Craig, you're going to have to do that.
Actually, I forgot to ask you. I needed like a link or something to the pattern.
To Russ or to me?
Either of you. Like,
okay.
If you have a link to where I could find that pattern, because I would love that.
Yep. It's Heidi Bears. She's all the things.
Well, I'm gonna forget the name, so I need you to send it to me when you get the chance.
Yeah.
Is
that Heidi Bears?
No, that's where
Oh, Laurie Crafts NL. Okay, it's a different person. Okay. Well,
that pattern was $10.
and
Well, I'm sure it's a very extensive pattern.
Oh yeah. I mean, you've got
You have a lot of components there.
yeah.
know.
It's 30 pages.
And also it's probably not just the crocheting of the parts, but also the assembly.
Yep.
So that I can understand.
Well, Sasha was 52 pages, and it took me 30 days to make her.
Good God.
Insane.
Yes, but also you work full time with the pharmacy, right?
Yep.
So I mean that to me that's like a very valid excuse. Russ, he works full time. Me, on the other hand, I only work part time, but I do this full time. So people are like, "How do you do that?" I'm like, "All right, I don't have a social life, and I work part time. I have like the majority of my time is my own." So, oh, that's okay, Yvette. That is okay. If I'm going to get sidetracked by anybody, I could think of no two better people than the gentleman in front of me.
Thank you.
And we definitely can sidetrack people without a
That's
hesitation.
okay. Well, I had been crocheting for a long time prior to starting my channel. And, like when I first started, I was awful. Okay. My tension was all over the place. I didn't understand yarn weight. I like at all. I remember I was using a pound of love with Karen 1 pound on the same project.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was making these little Afghan like the Afghan stitch into these little squares, and then in every other square, I was doing sort of like a almost like an embroidery. In every other square, a Celtic knot. In every other square, the squares were about this big. Okay, and if it was for a queen-sized bed.
Wow.
That took me years, but it was awful because the off-white, it was actually the antique white of Pound of Love, and it was a green color of the Karen 1 pound. And the thing is, the weight of the two different yarns was completely different, and I didn't understand anything about dye lots. So my Pound of Love had several different dye lots going on. I'm like, why isn't it matching? So it looked very splotchy at best. I did not understand, but eventually I learned. And YouTube was in its infancy back when I first started crocheting, so I didn't have that as a resource. It was predominantly books that I used, and so I was predominantly self-taught through the books. And I just kept at it, and then I was Kim. And so I was working at a Michael's, and they wanted me to teach crocheting classes there. And initially, I was all gung ho about it. And I set up a curriculum of what we were going to learn and this, that, and the other. The number of people that signed up, it was like negligible. And actually, I was cool with that because I'm not good with large groups of people by any stretch of the imagination. I've always found that the irony about most, not all, but most YouTubers is that in person, we are socially inept. Not all of us, but a lot of us are completely socially inept in person. And so for me, teaching over the camera, I'm far more comfortable with. In person, it's like, and at one point I remember I was trying to teach, it was about half a dozen different people at the same time in person. And I felt like I was running around like a chicken without a head. And because it's not like an aerobics class where you can just stand in the front and everybody can see what you're doing. Like you have to actually see very close up in order to understand where the stitches are going and so on and so forth. And so I thought, I could give this a whirl, And initially I didn't even want to speak. I just wanted to like subtitles, like so many of the videos have. And because for the longest time, I have hated the sound of my own voice, which some people might find that to be weird, but so I didn't want to speak on camera, and I didn't want to show my face on camera. I just wanted to do the videos and leave it at that. And eventually I'm just like, you know what, the subtitles, no, it would be far too much work. I'll just speak. And yeah, I just kept at it. And I don't know, it just took off from there, really, I don't know if that's an acceptable answer.
It's a great answer, Craig.
Oh, thank you. But that's the thing. I mean, you just gotta, even if nobody's well, there's that expression, dance like nobody's watching.
Yeah.
Same deal, because it is extremely hard for anybody trying to get a start on YouTube because it's so algorithmically based, that if you, another example, you can't get a job without experience, and you can't get experience without a job.
Yep.
So the problem is that to get exposure, you need to be out there, but people aren't going to know that you're out there if you don't have any exposure, kind of thing. So it can be a very daunting experience. So I mean, I think that it's great that there are people that have channels that bring in the newbie, and that's why I wanted the paraphrase crochet gentleman to join us, because
Right.
he's got a fair number of subs, but he doesn't have a lot of content at the moment. And I did see a snippet of one of his videos, and I thought, shows promise, sounds cool. And
So wait, Craig, how much do you know about paraphrase crochet?
really not much.
Can I fill you in very quickly?
Go ahead.
So he was another channel, and he had somewhere around 3K subs.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, he's coming back to YouTube as paraphrase, and he's got a nice following. I mean, once they figure out that he's back, he does Tunisian crochet.
Mm-hmm.
He did Tunisian tutorials as well as other tutorials and things, and he was formerly Fiberspider. Not that's you. Sorry, wrong person.
Like, did I miss something?
No, he was Hey Fiber Friends, and
Okay.
that was his name, Hey Fiber Friends. And so yeah, he's really great, and I actually want to bring him up on Tuesday as well. I got to see what his schedule is, because apparently a lot of people work on Tuesday evenings. I mean, I don't know. It's fine. I'm just gonna do
Schlemiel Schlemazel, Haas and Pfeffer Incorporated.
So
yes, Laverne and Shirley, I love it.
Yes.
I did reach out to Paraphrase. Is that
Yes,
Yeah.
paraphrase.
Yeah,
Okay.
Greg.
I did reach out to him and offered him to come up on live tonight, but he's had to decline because he had to go to work until 10.
Oh,
And I told him, I said, well, sometimes we're running, 2 or 3 hours after 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, I'll send you the link, and then when you get home, if you feel like it, and we're still on, come on up.
yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah, well, I mean, he came up in one of my suggested videos one time, and I'm like, oh, it's another male stitcher. And, the thing is that it's like, yes, I'm partially biased because, yes, I'm a guy. And the thing is that we are out there, obviously. I mean, there's three of us in the same chat right now, but there are proportionately so fewer of us that when I do come across a fellow Stitcher, I want to be just like, hey, how you doing? Um, because like I said, it's just the ratio, it's very skewed, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, it's a factor, So I sort of automatically feel like camaraderie. It's like, yeah, represent,
Yeah.
because once when this killed me, I swear to God. I was doing an open house kind of thing at Michael's at one point, and it was when all of the instructors of the different crafting classes would sit at a table at the front of the store, and we would be there with various examples of our work. And sometimes we would work on projects, and we would answer any questions that people had, about the kinds of things that they could learn, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
And so I'm sitting there with my crocheting, and I'm kibitzing with the florist, and we're just hanging out, and this woman comes up and she's like, "Oh, that's really gorgeous." I'm like, "Thank you." Um, you tell him, Lulu. um, and so this woman came up and she's like, "Oh, that's really gorgeous," and I'm like, "Thank you." She's like, "Who made that?" I'm like, "I did," and she's like, "But you're a guy."
Yep.
And I'm like, so I think my first response was, "Oh, you noticed." It's like, like, yeah, guys can do, anything that, female can do. It's like the only thing that we can't do is, have kids in that regard. Otherwise it's like, no, equality, In fact, I have to remind people that, in like old school fishing villages, who do you think made the nets? They are crocheted, and they were done by hand, and yeah, dudes made them. Waistcoats way back in the day were knitted by men.
Yep.
I believe also soldiers in the Civil War knitted their own socks because, it was a survival thing, you know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a thing, We've been doing it for a very long time. Um, you know, uh, there were world-renowned tailors out there, you know. It's not just reserved for one gender or the other. Um, but yeah, that threw me.
Yeah. Well, the reality that we live in is, and it's unfortunate, that there are a small handful of people on the other side of our screens who disagree with what we're doing, and that is the
Which is
reality.
That's
I
their choice.
man, you know, it is what it is. It
Hmm.
hasn't stopped me from doing it, but
Oh, heck no.
you know, and I agree with your sentiment about wanting that camaraderie when you see another male crocheter. But I've learned in my experience here on YouTube, and I've said this before.
Go ahead.
I said it before. Not everybody wants to play in the same sandbox as you, and I
Well,
learned. And I'm not saying any names, but I'm literally just saying some people don't really want to work with other people. They just want to be, solitary, and they want to do their own thing. And that's perfectly okay too.
mhm.
So it goes hand in hand when, you reach out to people wanting them to say yes. Not every time you'll get a yes for an answer.
Well, yeah. No, I understand that. Um, like doing collaborations or something like that. There's so many different levels of being sociable,
Yep.
especially in a creative environment such as this.
Yep.
Um, you know, like, um, yeah, yeah, we can be crafty too.
Yep.
um, uh, like I used to do live streams quite a while ago, and I remember after doing them, I was so exhausted. Like emotionally, I was so exhausted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
Robin, you are on the money. Yeah, I would feel after doing a live stream, I would feel so depleted and exhausted, from like all the stimulus, and because the chat would be going streaming by like a ticker tape. Like, I've lurked on your lives, Juan, and it's going, oof, it's like the New York Stock Exchange. It's like pork bellies are going. It's crazy. And I remember I was like, you were on with your mom, and I'm like, hey, how you doing? And like, I don't think you saw it, and because it was just flying by so fast, I'm like, it's okay, I'll let him do his thing. You're in your element, and so yeah, it was just for me, it was stressful. And so I haven't done one of those in a while, also schedule wise and so forth. Also, I find that doing a live stream with other people is so much more easy and conducive because it's a conversation. It's not just me talking to the chat on the screen, which in a way it feels very one-sided.
Yes. It does feel like that. But
I
love it.
I keep losing my ding dang needle.
Oh no. Are you hooking down there? While you're
I'm not. What was that?
while you're telling us all the things, are you hooking under the camera?
I'm not hooking. I am sewing in a few ends. I finished balling my yarn, Pound of Love. This is the elephant gray, elephant white. Wait a minute, I have it right here. Elephant gray, with an EY. And so I thought that this would be a good color for my project idea. But no, I'm just sewing in some ends from the crocheted blanket that I started on Thursday. Thank you, Matt.
Yes, love that.
Good to have you here. So yeah, it's just a few ends that I'm sewing in, and then I have like the second half of my work still cut out for me. But I'm not giving you no hints other than that.
I love that for you.
Well, it's sort of like look who's talking to. You can't get in here. Neener, neener, neener. I'm one for movie quotes. Actually, I did start something the other day that I don't know if you'd find it interesting. It was sort of like a party game thing where you do you try to say something from the movie, like a quote from the movie in like 6 words or less, and you have to guess what the title of the movie is.
Oh yeah, that sounds like fun.
And I wrote out like 30 of them, like a crazy amount. And so I was sort of experimenting with the idea with one of my coworkers, and there was only like maybe like 2 that she didn't get. I was like, that's neat, Well, all right, for instance, okay. Tawanda.
I've heard that before.
Chat, you can guess too.
Jumanji? No.
Nope.
No. Can I tell you who says it? Does that count? Like,
Well, you can tell me, but that's the actress or actor, but that's not. I want the title, babe.
Actress.
Okay, what about that, Craig? Is it?
Huh?
Is that it?
Yes, you are right.
It was
very, very good. Kathy Bates. Yes. Face it, girls. I'm older and I have more insurance. I mean, That was the best. Face it, lady, we're younger and faster. Face it, girls, I'm older and I have more insurance. I mean, that was just that was penultimate. Another one was Regile. Must be Italian.
Yeah, Sweet Pea is a
I don't know that one correctly.
Chinese.
You must have seen this.
Sweet Pea,
I'm sure I
big
have.
girl. Christmas Story?
Yes.
That was Kevin.
Wow, I love that.
Trying to think of some of the other ones.
Hey Russ, that blanket that you're working on,
Uh-huh.
is that the one that you're using all those mini hanks on?
Uh-huh.
Are you almost finished that blanket?
I got 45 more to go.
Oh my stars. Wow. Are you doubling it up or are you doing single strands?
Nope, single strand.
What?
Yeah, I did the same thing with mine.
It's
Just single stranding it.
And it's sock weight yarn. This is what you make socks with.
Oh my stars. And what size hook are you using?
You're gonna cry. It is a 3.5 millimeter.
I'm only using a 4 millimeter, so you and I were pretty close. Usually we're very, very diametrically opposed as to our gauge.
But I mean, it's coming.
I believe in fat hooks and fat stitches.
I mean, it's got beautiful drape. I mean,
you're doing twins in a stitch. Oh, I love it. It's my favorite stitch, Russ. Twins in a stitch. Hi. This isn't twins in a stitch. You're doing twins in a stitch. Your blanket. Yeah.
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time.
Where he at? Where he at? There he go. There he go.
You're so silly.
I know, right? It's all the things. I love your blanket, Russ.
It's turned out better than I anticipated.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's Aberdeen wool. It's all the things.
But I didn't think the colors would match up like they did because I'm just picking them at random.
Yeah.
I'm just reaching in and pulling them out, and that's the one that goes.
Well, initially I was too. Just going like completely at random, and then eventually I was sort of like, well, you know what? Maybe I could like try to organize this a little bit better. Like going from like one that's like blue oriented to one that's like green oriented to one like, try to like cycle through the colors in a more concerted way. That was just sort of like, I guess, my OCD kicking in, being like, you know what, you could bring a little order to the chaos here.
Denise, nope. This is a granny turned into a rectangle. I do have a video on how to do that on my channel.
Yes, you do.
And I'm just using sock yarn. It takes a lot of sock yarn to do this. It's going to be over 4,000 yards.
Oh my.
Well, 24 yards per mini, and I'm using 220 minis.
Yeah, but you're using two stitches per space.
Yes, that is correct. I'm not doing 3. I'm just doing 2.
Oh, I'm doing 3.
You're doing twinsies. Twins in the stitch. Twins in the stitch. It's my favorite stitch, Russ.
Yep.
I love it.
See, I didn't know the context exactly. So when you were saying twins in a stitch, I thought you were doing like the V stitch.
Nope.
Twins. I love it. Sock yarn. How glutton for punishment. It's like crocheting with thread.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty close.
Crocheting with thread. It's like, yeah, you really like to feel the pain, don't you?
Oh my. And then the size of the hook that you're using. Listen. No. Can't do
Well,
it.
see, that's why whenever I would do something like, because I've looked at various doily type patterns.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I am not about to make a doily. Because for one thing, I have absolutely no real use for them in general. That's just me personally. And so I was like, well, what if you scale it up? Instead of using like this really, really fine thread, use a yarn, bulk it up, and it's not a doily, it's a blanket.
Yeah.
It's the same concept. Yeah, it's lacy and everything like that, but yeah, you can. A blanket, even if it's lacy, has more of a practicality to it than a doily.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing against things that are decorative. It's what brings beauty into our lives. But I want beauty and practicality.
Fair. That makes
Being
sense.
from Norway, we are used to work with sock yarn and small hooks. 3.5 is the perfect one for that. Doily is what I learned to do when I started crocheting 30 years ago. Wow.
Well, doilies are great for small projects. Even though it's a lot of fine work, it's a small project with a very definitive beginning and end.
Yeah.
Like somebody was asking me about knitting, for a complete beginner. I'm like, well, then you want to start off more than likely with, just the garter stitch and make a scarf. It's a long swatch. You'll get used to the tension, the gauge, how to, the mechanics of using the needles, and you'll get your feet wet that way. It's like, do not worry about making lace, and it's like, no, just start slow. Learn how to crawl before you try to sprint.
Hey, Craig, you want
Vicky,
to see me crawling? I'm crawling.
Vicky, I am just doing one chain between each cluster. I'm doing 2 double crochets, chain 1, 2 double crochets, chain 1 until I get to the corner. Then I chain 4 and then turn. Sorry.
It's okay. What were you saying, Juan?
I just wanted to show you my crawling. You were talking about crawling.
Oh, that's great.
I'm a baby knitter. I tell everybody that. I'm trying to teach myself how to knit. And I am I have some mistakes here, but
Okay.
that's okay. I'm embracing it, showing everyone all the things. My tension's getting better. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So, yes, when you talk about crawling before you can run,
Yeah.
I'm crawling very, very, very slowly. But
And
I'm
that's,
liking how it's looking, right?
well, you know what? I think it's fabulous. And I would say the number one thing is when your brain says, I can't, or I'm messing up, or this, that, the other, you have to tell your brain, okay, listen, you go take a vacation, shut up, go do your own thing.
Yeah.
You have to turn that censoring part of your brain off, the one that's being dismissive of what you want to do, the part of your brain that's giving you doubt and fear and anxiety and this, that, and the other. You just have to tell it, you know what, shut up, I'm going to try something even if I make some mistakes.
Yeah.
So no,
There's
that getting over that initial hump is the first step, and obviously you've gotten over that initial hump. Now it's just a matter of keeping at it, and learning from your mistakes as you make them, and then know what to avoid the next time. That's all.
Yes. No, not giving
there's
up.
there's Juan, there's actually a pattern for the way that your knitting looks right now.
Yeah.
There is a pattern for that.
Really?
You take 2 thin pieces of yarn of 2 different colors.
Yeah.
And you start knitting, and as you're knitting, you make certain stitches taller to give you that oblong look. And then you take one strand and pull it longer, so you have like little loops. I have the pad. I have a blanket made. It's on the back of the love seat in the den.
Yeah.
And I vowed I'd never do it again.
Listen, I'm obsessed with the way this looks when
I love it. Come on.
Like, I'm loving how that looks.
I do too. There's nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
I messed up right here, though. I don't know what I did, but I messed up.
You won't even see it.
Well, as my grandmother would say, a man riding by on horseback wouldn't know the difference.
It's for the house. Who cares?
Yeah.
It's for the house. All right, where's my hook? I can't stop hooking. I got to get this blanket done.
Well, the irony is that this is especially true with spinning yarn. Is that beginners at spinning yarn, they want everything to look uniform and completely perfect all the way through, and it's the experienced knitters, the experienced spinners, they want the yarn with those irregularities and those slubs and thin spots because it gives it some more character, some more life to it. So that's one of the great ironies, because when I first started, like, my consistency was all over the place initially, and there were people like, people were telling me, like, do you realize how much money people would pay to have that? I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, because they have to manufacture those irregularities. You're just getting them. It's weird irony. So the thing is that for you to make that knitted piece with some irregularities, it proves that it was made by a human being.
Ah,
You know,
yeah.
we've gotten to the point with our crocheting and a lot of other crafts where it almost could be looking as if a machine made it, because we've just gotten that muscle memory and that perfect tension and so forth. It took us a long time to get there, but to make something that looks organic or random, that's hard to do.
Yeah, that makes sense. I love that.
And back in the day when the manufacturers were making the yarn, if they would have the machine malfunction and they had those irregulars, they would just throw it out, or they would sell it at, lower than cost just to get rid of it. But then it becomes such a thing where everybody wanted that, and they called it art yarn.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's called art yarn, and people spend 30, 40, $50 a skein for it.
Or how about people spending $800 on a pair of shredded jeans?
I
Yeah,
can't.
I don't get that.
Same exact mentality. You know,
Thank you, Jennifer. Russ helped me learn the correct way to knit and purl. I was knitting in the back loop. Craig has taught me more difficult crochet stitches so they aren't so difficult to understand.
Oh,
we all do what we can.
it's so nice. I love that for you guys.
Well, don't sell yourself short. You're here.
No, I
Um,
love supporting other people. I think what you guys are doing is amazing. Are you kidding me? That's great. I love it.
Look who's talking. You do such amazing things.
No, shh. It's fine.
Okay, just okay. Just the simple fact that you have left and right-handed tutorials.
The brown one.
It's fine.
What happened to the brown one?
I flipped the video. It's fine. But
You cheat! You little minx!
yes.
See, that's the thing. Whenever somebody's like, "Oh, I'm lefty. What do I do?" I always tell people, put a mirror next to the screen.
Yeah.
And look at the video through the mirror, is what I tell people.
Yeah, they can do that.
Yeah.
I just used the editing software and flipped the image.
You dirty little minx.
Yeah. But the fact of the matter is that I know the left-handed crochet community is very, very small compared to the right-handed crochet community. And
They still count, though.
they still count. But the only way that I'd be able to have my video seen is if I flip every single one of my tutorials. Every single one of my videos that involve stitches. Hello, sister in Mexico, Guadalajara. Love that. Thank you for stopping in here. But yeah, so for sure, like, I flip everything just because there's so many right-handed crocheters out there. And I came across one today where I was just doing a hook review. It's on my channel, right? And so I was crocheting a swatch with my left side. And they're like, oh my God, I thought my brain was doing twipsy twirls. Like, I've never seen a left-handed crocheter. It was just so weird and so foreign. And I'm like,
It was the brown and cream.
it's just, yeah. So some people are so surprised at seeing a left-handed crocheter. It's funny.
Okay, how about this? It's still something that you're doing for the community, and I still think that that's great.
Thank you.
So,
I
Uh-oh.
appreciate that.
That one. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. This one's for Juan.
No. Oh, that's so nice. I love that. I appreciate that. I like seeing, I like, honestly, I like sitting in the back watching people help other people. Like, that makes me happy. When people, like, will go to Ross and they say, like, that comment that was left for you on Shelly's thing, I think that just made me smile from ear to ear. I was so happy to see that. I'm like, that's so great, you know? I
That
love,
one's for you, Craig.
oh, thank you, Matt.
right? I love that.
Well, when you're just starting out, you don't know. You need all the help you can get, to be
Of
honest.
course.
It's true.
And so I'm trying to help where I can, and having, if they're willing to do a late night live on a Friday or a Saturday, it costs me nothing to bring them up on panel just to get their nerves settled from being in front of a camera, and start talking and just getting the flow down, or even just asking questions.
Yeah. It turns into second nature eventually, but it's the process
Hmm.
of getting from point A to point B that you helping them with that, I think is phenomenal. I love that. So, good job.
And when Shell started her channel, she had sent me the link to the video that she did as she was talking about my blanket. And so I went and subscribed to her channel. And at that time, she only had 5 people.
Wow.
And I think now she's got 22.
I'm 23.
Okay, 23.
Yep, I subscribed. I'll never forget that, Shell. I'm number 23.
Russ was number 5, I think.
Well, now you're making me think of the movie Murder by Death. Do you know that one?
No, it's just
No, it's a comedy. It's got uh, Peter Sellers in it, and the guy who plays Columbo, and um, Truman Capote's in it. It's a murder mystery comedy, and I'm number one. You look more like number two to me. What does he mean by that? It's disgusting. I'll tell you later.
okay.
It's a great. Maggie Smith is in it.
Is she?
Yeah,
Wow. I have to check.
yeah. It's from the 1970s, I want to say, um, and it is hysterical. Like if you like the movie Clue,
Yeah.
you will love Murder by Death. I'm pretty sure that's available on YouTube. It's sometimes they have movies on there for free, and I believe that's actually one of them.
Wow.
Classic.
I missed something.
And the actor that plays Obi-Wan Kenobi, was it Alec Guinness?
I'm Obi-Wan.
Does this mean anything to either
Obi-Wan? It's like,
does that make sense to either one of you?
Diana,
I don't know.
uh,
It was for Diana.
Yeah, and I was trying to find what Diana was, but I can't find her.
I think she may have retracted her statement or something. I don't know. I can't see the chat. I just see you wonderful people.
And I'm trying to keep up with the chat.
Yeah. I try to do that too, but I can't. Mine's like a teleprompter on speed.
Oh, you have what, 800 people?
I-
There's 200 in here right now. So,
That's great.
well, yeah,
I love that.
for me, that's wonderful. And I'm ecstatic over it, you know. But
Yeah.
when, you know, it's like,
Can I tell you a little secret? I'm going to tell you a little secret about my Sunday lives. They're not there to see me. I don't have all them
Your
people.
mother, right?
They're there for my mother. My mom is the star of the Sunday show. She always has been. She always will be. And that's just how it is. Now, the numbers I pulled during the week, that is me. And so I can take full claim to that. But Sundays, no. Most of those folks are there for my mother.
You're
And-
upstaged, huh?
Yes, I am every time.
and your mama gets all the money on Sunday.
She does. She's like this. She has a hand out. She goes like this. I saw the numbers, Juan. Put it in my hand right now. She doesn't care. She doesn't know how YouTube works, where we have to wait for those things.
Yeah,
Mhm.
got to wait a month.
I go down to the Wawa and I have to tap the Mac and I got to get her the things.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you have to wait for the end of the month, and then you have to wait, you know, for the tax man. You know, it's like it's not cut and dry.
Yep. So,
But
anyway,
when it comes to mama, it don't matter.
Yep.
Mama gets what mama gets.
that's it. Otherwise, I won't hear the end of it.
Smart man.
Yep. Love this for us. I'm trying to think, who else could we get to come up on an all-male panel?
Well, Buddy said that.
Hi, Brian.
Oh,
Hi,
thank you,
Brian.
Annette. Oh, thank you, Annette. Oh no, this is. I guess I got to send you $2, Juan, for Mama.
Oh, jeez. Love that.
Well, I was thinking maybe Gary.
Well, Buddy said that he'll be on around 9.
Yeah, he did say that he was going to be late, which is totally understandable.
Who's Buddy? Have I met this Buddy before?
He also has a channel. He did a couple of videos, and then I don't think he's done anything as of late, but he does a lot of traveling, so that is totally understandable. But he does gorgeous work. He knits, he crochets, he quilts, he paints.
What?
His quilts are incredible. And when I was more into working on the whole sewing quilting thing, he was an invaluable resource of information for me. You know, he helps me troubleshoot.
Craig, can you say hello to Dottie?
Hello, Dottie.
She is over in the UK, and she said it would make her day if you told her hello.
Hello, Dottie.
Aw.
Hello, Dottie.
Hi, Dottie. How are you?
How are things across the pond?
That's an awful big pond.
Well, that's what they refer to it as.
I know, but that's an awful big pond.
I know, right?
You know, are you indulging in jelly babies and Terry's chocolate orange?
No, but I wouldn't mind a chocolate chip cookie.
Well, no, Terry's chocolate orange is awesome.
Yeah,
and jelly babies are what Tom Baker, Doctor Who, what he would eat all the time, incessantly. You know, they have very much. They've got very different candy than we have here.
Yes, I love the UK's chocolate way better than the US.
Yeah.
You know, they got some good stuffs over there.
I remember when I was allowed to have it. It was good.
See, Craig, I wanted a chocolate chip cookie.
Well, there you go.
Have one for me, Russ.
Oh no, one's plenty.
Oh man.
I made more of those matcha cookies this past week. Right now, I've got bread. Well, I've got the dough doing its resting, and in about another half an hour or so. See, you know about the Terry's chocolate orange. You know about that. You know about the Terry's chocolate orange.
Oh, okay. Now, okay. Jean just cleared up the question I had a bit ago. She was wanting, Diana is double crochet. They were discussing if Juan yarns over or under.
Does that count? Does that? I don't know.
Well, when you normally crochet, do you over or do you under?
I come over this way.
Okay, so you come over.
Yeah, like I yarn towards me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm on autopilot. I don't even think about it.
Yeah, I do over as well.
I want to learn how to pencil hold and do one of these numbers. I feel important when I'm holding my hook like this. I don't know why. I just
I've always, I've always held my crochet hook this way. So when I was being taught to hold it like this.
Yeah, that's how I hold it.
Yeah.
Like a knife.
It was too hard, too fumbly for me. So I had to hold it like a pencil in order for it to make sense.
Well, that's the thing. It's like really, you do whatever works for you. Whether it's knitting English or continental, or holding your hook in your left hand, your right hand. As long as you can get to where you need to be, doesn't matter how you get there, as long as you get there.
Right. But when you have a German grandmother who was
Hmm.
teaching you, you did it her way and her way only because that's the only right way.
And if you didn't, you would get a ruler across the knuckles, right?
Or she would grab your project and rip it out and say it's not right, redo it. And I
Tough
don't,
love.
well,
right.
I have a lot of respect for that because it taught me to learn.
Yeah.
And not just, learn parse way just to get something to look right.
Yeah. I agree. My aunt was very, very strict with that too.
And heaven help you. I love my grandma to death, and she is passed, so I don't talk ill. But if you mess up somewhere, she will look at it and out it all comes, and she'll be like, start over, start over.
Oh my.
It wasn't right. You could be almost done with something, and she would find something that was wrong, like 3 rows in, and out it all come.
Okay, but I think it's in the Amish tradition of quilt making. They would deliberately put a mistake in their stitching. Even if there wasn't even if they weren't inclined to make a mistake, they would deliberately have a mistake in there. And I think, don't quote me, but I think it was because that the only thing perfect is God, so their quilts can't be. I think it was something along those lines. If any of you in the comments, in the chat knows, please correct me. But I think it was something along those lines. It's like, I know that in the log cabin quilts that the center square was always traditionally red because it was supposed to represent the hearth or the fireplace of the log cabin. I mean, you pick up a lot of, anecdotes and things about, what we do. But I think it was something to do with along those lines of like, your project can't be perfect, because you're sort of showing reverence to something that is.
Well, at Rose says you're right, Craig.
Oh,
Barbara says you're right. Deborah says you're right.
okay.
Michelle says you're right.
Love that for you.
But at the time when my grandma was doing that to me, I was mad, upset, hurt. But as I grew up, I understood why she done that because it actually taught you to get that stitch right. It taught you how to get that tension right.
Mm-hmm.
So by ripping stuff out and redoing it, you learn. I just, you know, this
Yeah,
might just
it's totally valid. It's totally true. The only thing with that kind of teaching that um, rubs me the wrong way is that it could have the opposite effect, and it could prevent somebody from wanting to continue to learn.
Yep.
You know, because everybody's teaching style is different, everybody's learning style is different. You know, temperaments, you know, everything. It depends on who's teaching, who's learning. Like a lot of people, um, a lot of people who are learning how to do something, whether it's drive a car or stitch or whatever else, you know, I hear this all the time. Whatever you do, don't have a relative teach you, because there's also like that inherent sort of, you know, like familial closeness, which also can like breed contempt, because like, no, they're supposed to love me, they're supposed to love my work, but they're trying to teach you something, you know.
Yeah.
So Paraphrase sent me a message.
Oh.
I sent him the link tonight.
Uh-huh.
He's gonna try to make it. He's
Cool.
gonna see if he can. He might be out in time to make it,
Cool.
but it will be at the towards our end, which is totally fine.
Yeah, of
Um,
course.
and I would also like to do an all women's panel. I know I'm a male, but I'd like to have everybody else women
Sure.
at some
Well, I
point
wouldn't
in time.
expect this all the time, but it's a nice little treat, you
Yes.
know.
Didn't you have this all women's panel yesterday?
Those were those were my first two. Yes, both were women.
Oh.
Both of them have a YouTube channel. Um, the Shell Chronicles just started her channel like 7 days ago.
Got it.
But AJ, she's been on for like 3 years, and
Yeah, she's been on for a while.
and she's only at 300 subs, 300 and some.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
So I wanted both of them on so I can try and get some views for them, and hopefully people go to their channel. And some did. I got messages where they had went and subscribed to both of them. So
That's great.
it's just was you able to figure out how to drop somebody's channel? Okay. And I don't think I have another mod in here.
Have you thought about more mods, Russ?
I have been putting mods. But for the longest time I couldn't figure out how to do it because I'm not on YouTube. I'm on StreamYard. And so if I was on YouTube, I could just tap somebody's name.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, because like I do everything through my phone. I do not have a laptop. I do not have an iPad. I just do everything through my phone. Now, are you doing what you're doing right now through your phone or through your computer?
My iPad.
Okay. And Juan, how about you?
So I'm using my phone.
So, I mean, when you do your lives, because you've had people on before.
Yep. So when I have people on, I use StreamYard. When it's just me, I use my phone.
Well, no, but when you do StreamYard, like when you are doing your live and you have a guest on, are you using your phone?
No.
Ah.
Yeah. Actually, wait a minute. Yes, I am using my phone.
Because that's one of the things that has prevented me from having guests on, because I don't know what the hey to do as far as StreamYard or anything like that. I mean, yeah, I've been on StreamYard tons of times between your channel and when I was on with Rose and so on and so forth. It's always been like StreamYard, generally speaking. And that is something that I would be interested in doing, is having a guest on, sure, but I would want to know the ins and outs before I even attempt that.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to connect and we'll play with all the things
Yeah.
behind the scenes, because like I've used my phone for it before. So I know the basics of it, but in terms of like how to make people mods when you're on StreamYard, I don't know that part.
Mm-hmm.
You can't.
You can't do it?
So what I have to do is at the end of the live,
Yeah.
I have to go into my browser and pull up YouTube Studio.
Yep.
Not through the app. You have to use you got to go through the website.
Mm-hmm.
And I go to YouTube Studio, pull up the live, and then I have to sit and play the live until I see the people's name scroll that I want to make moderator. Then I hit it, and then a box pops up, and at the very bottom of the box, it says make moderator. So you tap on that, and you can give them full access to your channel or just partial.
Yeah.
And that partial is just a normal moderator.
Yeah.
And then you click it, and then they're a moderator. That's the only way I figured out so far to make somebody a moderator through using StreamYard.
Yeah.
Oh, good to know. I mean, because it's something I'm not opposed to the idea, because I think it would be nice to do lives again, but I would want to be able to have the ability to have guests on, because doing it solo, it's rough.
Oh, it is.
It's really rough, because otherwise I would have to have like a little Charlie McCarthy doll sitting next to me, with his little monocle and his little top hat. And
I love that. You get used to it though.
I know. Well, the thing is, I get used to, being solo, because I'm doing predominantly tutorials and things. But what you were saying though about like when you did like your first video and you were like shooting it like 30 times, and
Yeah.
my trick is when I do my vlog videos or my tutorials or my audiobook narrations, or like any of those videos, editing, but perhaps not in the conventional sense, because what I do is I hit record, and then I'll do like not even like 10 minutes, and then I'll stop it. And then if I'm good with that, then I keep going, and then I hit the button again. It's like another 10 minutes. And I string all of those clips together. And well, you're shaking your head. No.
Because okay, so when I started my channel, I know what you do, and because we talked about that.
Right.
And it's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not editing my videos. I am not editing at all.
No, I understand that. But the thing is, I don't clip anything out. I don't edit that way. What I do is, like, for instance, when I'm doing my audiobook narrations, this is the best example. Reading a book aloud, especially if the language is antiquated, can be really hard.
Yep.
So like if I'm doing like a particularly difficult like Emily Dickinson poem where she's using words that I've never heard before, and it happens often enough, I'll read like a couple of stanzas and then I'll stop. Then I'll read another couple of stanzas and then I'll stop. And then, so on and so forth. And then, I just basically cut and paste them all together, as opposed to having to cut out the one word that I mispronounced and like reinsert something else. It's just pasting stuff together. I don't omit anything. I just smushed together. You know, and like if the clip is going well, I just keep letting the recording go, but I do it into smaller chunks. So it's sort of like my insurance. Because if I read like 3 paragraphs, I know I'm in the danger zone because it's at the end of that 3rd paragraph, I'm going to misspeak a word and then I have to do it all over again.
Yep.
So, I no when I started my channel, it's like there's no way I'm doing none of that. I'm not editing. I'm not even gonna paste things together. I've
Well,
done
with
it.
my gaming channel, I don't. With the gaming videos, that's all one continuous clip. I do not edit anything out of those at all. But with the videos on my main channel, yes, there is that modicum of editing.
Now there was 2 videos I know of that I did have to paste 2 clips together because when I was recording, I hit the wrong button. Instead of putting the video on pause, I actually stopped it.
Oh.
So then so those 2 clips I did have to put together. I didn't like it, and I'm glad that I don't have to do that for every video because I wouldn't do it. If I had to edit my videos, my channel would cease to exist.
Well, the app that I use is extremely easy to use. It's called Viva Video, and I want to say it's like maybe $5 a month, if that. And it is extremely easy to use. It's very easy to incorporate, you know, some visual effects, music, et cetera, et cetera. It's very, 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 very simple, and I have used that since day one. So the convenience of it is just well worth it, in my opinion.
Well, people love, people don't mind editing. I can't stand my voice on to sit there and listen to me talk. I cannot do that.
Well, now you know how we feel.
I have to turn the volume way down. So when I'm looking for moderators,
You know, I'm kidding.
I have to turn it all the way down, and I have to just watch the chat.
Wow.
So at when this video posts, I'll be able to go in and then I can make some people moderators if they so choose. And I got to figure out Kevin because he's supposed to be able to do everything that I can do, but he can't.
Anything you can do, he can do better.
That is true.
Yes, I can. No, he can't. Yes, I can.
So you know what I'm talking about. I don't remember what that's from, but I remember it's a thing.
Yes, I can.
Tammy wants to know how long you've been crocheting, Craig.
Oh, dear God. I want to say since I was like 21, 22, and I'm 45 as of now, so it's been a hot minute.
What is that, 55 years?
I cannot believe that we're almost the same age.
I know. I find that that's really uncanny because, you know, I thought you were older.
Thank you.
Okay, no. All right, listen.
Listen, Linda, listen.
Yes, Linda. No boom boom. Yes, I've seen that clip a million times because I would play it a million times for one of my coworkers. Her name was Linda and she didn't like to listen. So yes, I would play it. I don't know actually, Yvette. It sounded like it had like a neat ring to it. Fiberspider, even though like they don't quite rhyme, the idea of like a happy little over-caffeinated spider just stitching the night away. You know, like I don't know. It just sort of resonated with me and I just sort of ran with it, you know. But no, like okay, Juan, I thought you were older because you've got, the salt and the pepper, okay, and you've got your act together, like you don't come across as some, newbie 20-year-old, who's still wet behind the ears. It's like, obviously, a thing or two. You've got yourself established in your life, and yes, you have the salt and the pepper, which to me is distinguished.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. It's sort of like, I think, was it Jose Cuervo? I am the most, fascinating man in the world. It's like, he's got the salt and the pepper, and he's very distinguished. It's like the Abercrombie and Fitch boys. It's sort of like, yeah, okay, you might be cute now, but in another 20 years, you know,
For sure.
it's when you grow into age looking good is different than looking good initially, because it's those guys that, like the daisy is going to wilt, you know, you
Yes.
know.
But it turns out that you were older than me, if only by a few months. So that's fine.
I'm older than the both of you.
Well, Buddy was hesitant to come on. He's like, wait a minute. So, you're inviting me on, because you need an old fart there.
No.
Well, until somebody shows up, I'm the oldest.
Well, you don't look it.
I will be 53 this year in August.
Wow.
Well, see, that's the thing. Your immaturity overrides your years.
I
I
love
didn't
it.
say I acted like 83.
Oh my. No, I do. I'm the old-minded person. I act as if I'm twice my age.
I act like I'm 13.
I love it. No.
Oh, Miss C's cottage. She says she's the oldest.
Oma's still here? Oh my goodness. I
Yeah,
love that.
Miss C's cottage is still here.
I love her. So, Craig, have you met Oma yet?
Your mom?
No, Oma.
I thought you said my mom. Excuse
Okay.
me.
I call her Oma. So listen, she sent me this bunny. It's called a somebody. And
Well, there's no bunny. You're nobody till somebody loves you, right?
right. Oh my goodness. Well,
Well, no,
listen.
because when I was a child, I had a T-shirt that had that on it. You're no bunny till somebody loves you. So I know the expression. Go ahead.
Okay, so she wrote this beautiful story that went with the bunny. And I read it, right? And I wasn't expecting the ending to be the way that it turned out to be.
Mm-hmm.
All of the oxygen that was in my lungs left my body, and I was recording. And I'm telling you, the waterworks just started. It just poured, and I just felt like, oh my goodness, someone gets me, And she got me, and it was like, oh my goodness, I cannot believe this person, this wonderful person, sent me this purple bunny in my favorite color, and sent me this beautiful story. I mean, I still have it under the bunny, so I never lose it. I mean, it's just, you have to watch her videos and all the things. She's such a nice person. I love her.
Are you all right, Russ?
Yeah, are you
Yep.
okay?
Yep. I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yep. I'm okay.
What's the matter? Talk
I'm
to us.
smiling.
You're what?
I'm smiling.
No,
Yeah.
that's a grimace. That's not a smile.
Yeah, it's a forced situation.
Back?
Deep breath.
Nope. Nope.
Leg.
Taco Bell?
My leg.
Did it fall asleep?
No.
Okay, cramp.
Is a cat clawing into it?
I wish it was that easy.
Oh.
No, I turned and my leg was funky. So then it's like the muscle twisted.
Ugh.
So I'm waiting for that muscle to stretch back out.
Ah.
And it hurt really bad, and I didn't want to cry out.
Okay.
Because you guys were talking about
Mrs.
the the bunnies from Mrs. C's, and I went up because mine is like right there, and I went up to grab it, and that's when my muscle decided it's not turned the right way.
Oh,
Yeah, speaking of the fun of getting older, our bodies decide to rebel on us and be like, yeah, no, you think you're going to do that. Think again.
look at that.
Oh,
Kidding me right now? It's
oh,
all the things.
that's so cute. And I love the colors. You know, it's all over the place. I love it.
Well, yeah, they're fall colors, and that's my Jimmy Jam.
You know.
No, that is very, very sweet. That's really cute. It has been a hot minute since I've done any amigurumi of my own.
It would make a great tutorial, Craig. I'm telling you.
Oh, Craig, Miss C is asking you a question here.
Oh? I would be honored, Miss C. Because I absolutely love bunnies. You know, honestly, any sort of like forest woodland creature, you know, think like if you're familiar with the book series Redwall, or like Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of Nim, or The Secret of Nim, as it's also known as, you know, like there's something about like, you know, cute and fuzzy animals that are often anthropomorphized. I don't know why, you know, like, or the wind in the willows. It's like, you know, animals that have their own little personalities, their own little lives, you know, or even, you know, Watership Down was an incredible book, an incredible movie. I never watched the Netflix series though. I'm talking about the original animated, you know, like 80s one.
Miss C, Donna's wanting to know if there's a pattern or tutorial for the bunnies.
Yes.
You know, I mean, I've got a tutorial for a bunny that I did, you know, pattern as well as a tutorial, but, you know, yours is a different style than mine, you know, and I love it.
She does hers live. She does live tutorials.
Really? That takes talent. It is called a sun bunny.
Yes.
Oh, that's so sweet, Mrs. C. I'm sorry if I said Mrs. C. Ms. C. That's just really sweet.
Yes.
That is such a nice little sentiment. I love that.
Felt so seen, and like I naturally wear my heart on my sleeve as it is. But
Me too.
for her to see that, and I didn't expect it. Everyone apparently knew that she was sending me that bunny except for me. So when I got it, I'm like, oh my goodness, I cannot believe that this is what this is. It was so nice.
I didn't. She sent me mine, and I wasn't expecting it either, and I really wasn't. I wasn't aware that she does this to certain content creators.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until recently that I found out that she makes those for certain people.
I think it's charming.
It is.
And somewhere in a tote. So as people send me stuff and letters and cards, it goes into a tote so I don't lose it. Yeah. I just have to find the tote that my story to the bunny is in. Yeah. But Mrs. C, being the amazing person she is sending me a copy of my letter.
Aw. That's sweet.
Well, somebody had knitted me a bunny, and he is just so adorable. You know, he is absolutely adorable. And my mom fell in love with him. And he's this, and the fact that it's knitted, not crocheted, blows me away even more because I cannot knit stuffed animals. Because you're dealing with really small pieces that either need to be worked in the round with double-pointed needles or the magic loop method, and I am atrocious at doing, you know, knitted small pieces. And so the fact that it's knitted is really like, oh my. And it also has a little carrot as well, and he's just so adorable. And my mom adopted him, and he's sitting on a little bench in the living room. He's just hanging out there.
Oh, that's sweet.
And Russ, what is that? Are those knitted?
These are all knitted. So
Oh,
you see the street lamp?
yeah.
That is knitted.
Good God.
And then look at over here. You have the fire that's knitted. The little ties, the little hat, the yeah.
That's insane.
And
Wow.
then the fireman has the hose, and the hose is knitted. Everything is knitted.
That is nuts.
I have several of these patterns.
Do you know how, do you know how to knit all that kind of stuff, Russ?
Yes,
You paused.
because I hate saying that I can, because a lot of people then they're like, oh, well, can you do me this? Can you do me that? Can you make me this? And I don't do commissions.
Yeah.
So
Well, see, now you know what it sounds like when I, make something and you're like, oh, that's great. I'll take 7 dozen.
yeah, but
You
that's
do
just
that.
baking. We can bake.
Just baking?
It's
You
just
you did
baking.
you didn't just say that.
It's
Just baking?
you throw a few ingredients together, throw it in the oven, you take it out, put it on the table, and you're done.
Oh
Well,
my.
if you have that much of a blasé attitude about it, you can make it your own dang self, can't you?
Russ was one of the first to get one, and at that time he didn't realize the personal value of them, which I didn't. Wait until you get yours, Craig. I make the
Oh,
funny, but God writes the story for each recipient.
that is so sweet. I'm looking
And
forward to it, Miss C. That's
and
so sweet.
she is totally true. I did not realize what they were because, like she said, I was one of the very first.
That is just too sweet. It reminds me, I mean, obviously they're two different things, but the Damn It dolls. Yeah, I've seen them. I don't have one, but I have seen them, and I think it's hysterical.
Yes, the crafted Floridian.
Yeah, I think that, it might save my coworkers a lot of grief if I had one.
I'll have to ask her. If
Miss
she,
C, are you talking to me or Craig?
My PO box is in the description box of every one of my videos.
love that.
Yeah, because I only have a PO box. But I seriously, if you're planning on doing that, I'm delighted, as you can tell. But no rush by any means, because I know that, like, a person's time is a very precious thing. So if you're planning on doing it, no rush, but I would be delighted and honored.
And of that, I was only ragging on Craig
As per usual.
about the baking. I went to confectionery school, so I know.
Yes, you have a PhD in poking fun.
Only on you.
Yes.
I love it. It's so good.
We're sort of like an Oscar and Felix over here.
Well, you guys, people have to understand. Me and Craig are really good friends,
We go way back.
and it's just, and like I said earlier in the video, there isn't nothing that each of us don't know about each other. We
For the
don't
most
have
part.
we don't have secrets. There's no need for secrets.
Eh. Except for what I didn't tell you what happened last week.
Oh no. Suspense is killing us. Make sure you tell him and then tell all of us. I'm kidding.
It's fabricated. I just decided to throw it out there.
Well, that's why I didn't say anything, because usually if something juicy happened, you would tell me.
Yeah. All right, listen. I'm not leaving, but I do have to get my bread in the oven. So I'm going to turn off the cam. I think it's like hitting the cam and the mic button, I guess. But I will be back. I have to get my the dough. It's in the Dutch oven, and I still have to score it. Oh, really? I didn't know she had a store. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I have to score the bread, and then I have to pop it in the oven, and then in 45 minutes, I then have to take the lid off, and then I have to let it bake for another 15 minutes, and then it's done. So I will be back. So if I get disconnected, I will be back, but let me see. All right, I'm going to do this, and I will be back.
And he is gone.
Yay. I'm
I
trying to.
heard that.
No, you didn't hear that.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay.
Now I lost Juan too.
No, I'm here.
Your camera's off.
Oh, because it won't let me chat unless I connect my YouTube account.
Oh, gotcha.
Hold on.
I was gonna say, man, I'm all by myself. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, it won't let me see the chat. Wait, let me see. Okay. I can only see 2 lines at a time. Okay.
I could never use my phone to do a live
Why?
because it's too small. I wouldn't be able to function.
Yeah.
I thought about I have I have a laptop and it has a 17-inch screen,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm half tempted to get that out
Yeah.
to do a live.
Wow. Well, whatever you want to do, I'll be there to support you, my friend.
I would like to get I would like to get a new iPad because the iPad I have, I've got it's up to date with all of the updates,
Yeah.
but it's really old.
Well, I see you very clearly. It's all the things. So is this a new iPad or is this the one you're trying to replace?
This is the old one.
Wow. I can only imagine if you got a new one what it would be like, because I see you crystal clear.
The new ones are supposed to you're supposed I guess the software is a little different and you're supposed to be able to do more things.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Well, we'll stay tuned for all the things.
but it's the fact of wanting to pay $2,500.
Yeah. It's
You
a
know,
hefty bill.
because for one, there's nothing wrong with this one.
Yeah.
As you know, there's nothing wrong with this one. So it's like I don't want to spend the $2,500 if I don't have to.
Yep.
Just because I want something newer. So
That makes sense.
and Matt's saying the new iPads rock. The chip in them is a lot faster.
It's enticing, but the bill is kind of high.
Yeah, to spend $2,500 when what I have is perfectly okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. That's $2,500 in yarn I can buy.
Absolutely.
You know?
Yep. Yarn doesn't expire until you run out of room. That's it. Which, by the way, that's why I'm doing my mystery boxes, because
you're out of room.
Yeah.
Hello again.
Hi.
Well, hello.
So,
well,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I tried to do mystery boxes and they didn't sell.
Really?
Yep.
I would have bought it if I knew you. I love buying yarn. It's so much fun. It's all the things.
I buy yarn too. And well, I think So when people think of um, mystery boxes of yarn, they're thinking because a lot of people have them for $10 and you get like 30 pounds of yarn. That's not me,
Right.
you
That's not
know.
there.
So and I when I had them on Etsy, I clearly put on there. It's like, if you're expecting a huge discount with a lot of yarn, that this mystery box is not for you. I let everybody know up front, so that way when they got it, they're like, "This all I got." I still gave you a deal.
Yep.
You might have got a $35 hank of yarn, and you only paid 25 or 30 bucks for it. I don't remember the price I had. I mean, it was a little cheaper, but not by much. But nonetheless,
Well, so part of the novelty is the fact that it's a mystery.
Yep.
It's like when they have the clearance grab bags at Michael's, or yeah, that's part of the appeal to it. The unknown.
Yep.
and then I had one lady. She was just all upset because it said 1,000 grams of a 5 weight yarn,
That's not a
and
lot of yarn.
but that's what was in the listing. So
Yeah,
all of
but
this,
she was probably expecting a lot of yarn, like
well,
a lot of yardage.
she was expecting more than so. She was expecting several skeins, and
Mm-hmm.
she got just one,
Mm-hmm.
and she was not happy with that. So I had to send her additional yarn to make her happy.
Yeah.
And I so I
See, that's
just
why
told
I don't work in bulky yarn. I used to, but not anymore.
I
Yep.
just I
You just
just
don't get the yardage.
I just finally let the sale expire, and I never reinstated it. I just let it lay.
I'll be honest with you. I have mystery boxes rolling out, and I'm extremely nervous about it because the way I'm rolling out my mystery boxes, um, I'm packing my boxes based on the sale price that I paid for each skein of yarn. So, and I'm selling them for $60 boxes. So I'm literally adding up the sale price of every skein until I hit 60 bucks or closer to 70. So between 60 and 70. And then I'm closing up the box and moving on to the next one. And I know right now, before this even starts, I'm going to have people knocking on my door, not literally, but you know what I mean, saying, "Is this all the yarn that I got?" You know? So it's a
Mm.
little nerve wracking, but I'm going to do it anyway because a lot of people are asking for it. So we'll see. And I did teaser videos, I've shown examples, and I've gotten positive feedback. So I just hope that that continues. We'll see.
Yes, Matt, I got my bun in the oven.
It's funny.
And
Yes.
Lynn is right. It's called a mystery box, not a bargain box.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's how it
There
should
you go. Well, that's what I said. It's a mystery. That's part of the
Well,
the the zhuzh.
well, you do have people that load up all because they get so they're Premier backed or they're Lion Brand backed. So these companies send these people all this yarn, and so they can throw 30 skeins into a box, and okay, give me $30,
Yeah.
and I'm good. They didn't have to pay for it, but
Yeah.
those of us that had to pay for it,
Mm.
you know, we it'd almost be like us buying it just to send it out the door.
I look at it as content, you know. I get this yarn, I can show it off, I can talk about it, but then after I do that, now I just put it in a pile and get it ready for another mystery box. You know?
Serena says your boxes are awesome. Well, I'll let you read it. There you go.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, there you go.
I keep all of my yarn bagged up. I don't know if you can see it, but behind me, most of this stuff here is all in bags and things. But yeah, I can't wait to clear it out so I can buy more yarn. I'm literally just repeating the cycle. I clear out the space and then I buy more yarn. And I do it twice a year, January and July.
I would love to do mystery boxes of yarn again, but
Russ, why don't you? I think you should.
because I had such
So are you going to let one or two Karens spoil it for everybody else?
I think you just need to ignore it and just do it, Russ. Like, seriously, there's more people who are for it than against it. And who cares about the ones who are against it? You're not doing it for them anyway.
And also, if you liquidate some of your stock, you know what that means.
You could buy more yarn.
well
When Juan's got it.
Yes,
Well,
that's why I'm doing it.
well that's why I can order from Hirschner's, because we emptied 5 totes and I emptied like 3 boxes. Because so you do the Christmas in July box.
Yeah.
Had the Stylecraft yarn. Well, I had 500 Stylecraft skeins in my tote.
Wow.
So it emptied a lot of totes.
That actually, we got sidetracked before when I was talking about it. Sorry to interrupt you, Russ. So that video of me doing the Xmas in July box, it's coming out Tuesday. Now, yeah, the reason why I'm going to be, the reason why I unboxed the whole kit and caboodle, that's looking pretty.
I know, right? Okay, go ahead.
It is. You're fine. I do love it, and also what you call the mistakes,
Yeah.
I call it the flavor. I call it the panache. I call it the little bits of pistachio that are actually in the ice cream, so that it's not just one homogeneous thing.
It's all the things, Craig.
Exactly. So I don't know how other people are planning on doing their unboxings. Like if it's like, one day, one skein, another day, another skein, and I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes, but the reason why I did it was because that way I could plan accordingly. I'm not trying to spoil nothing for anybody or cramp anybody else's style, but there's a very defined reason as to why I did what I did,
Yeah.
and I hope that my video does your boxes justice, because I'm very pleased with what I got, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you come out with next. Because I even told you, like, one of the gifts in particular, I absolutely love, and I was like, okay, that was totally unexpected, and really, really pleased. Juan, you just had a message. If you'll ship to Canada.
And the answer is C. I mean, yes. So I ship anywhere, and my boxes do not include the postage. So when you go to my Etsy store, it'll process it accordingly. So yes, it's all the things.
And Matt, I had bags and boxes, and so we might try it again.
I think you should.
You should.
Let me buy some and talk about your channel and things.
There you go.
Shameless.
No, I think you totally should, because that way, I'm sorry to cut you off, Juan.
No. Go ahead. I was done.
I totally think that you should, because that way you don't have to wait for just once a year, or we got lucky this year and you did it twice this year. Like, you don't have to wait for 6 months. to get something, if we want something, um, like I think that you should, have them as a potentially regular thing. I totally understand your reservations. I get it. I know all about, how certain people can be cruel, or entitled, or all of the above. I get it. I've had my own experience, but I don't think that that should deter you, because I think that the rewards uh, can override the negatives
Yeah,
with that if you
1,000%.
let them.
I agree.
Well, we might give it a whirl again.
Yes, you should.
And so, uh, Dawn, she did, during the live, she won the Christmas in July box,
Yes,
See?
and she did receive it. She already opened it, and she loves everything that's in it.
See?
love that for you and for her and for us.
And also, I totally think that it was worth the money.
I bought.
I think it was a good value.
Yeah.
Aw, thank you, Haunted Ham.
Haunted Ham is here. Hi,
I
Haunted
love the
Ham.
name.
Me too. It is all the things. I love Haunted Ham. She's such a nice lady.
Well, it's like right up there with had a friend eons ago. He had a cat named Dr. Pickle. I mean, that's the greatest name for a cat, Dr. Pickle. It's just like, yeah, it as you would say, it's all the things.
Yes, I love that you're saying it, Craig. Keep saying it. Say all the things.
Well, it's like I said, it's like cholera,
Really though, cholera. Can you pick something else less invasive? I mean, cholera.
herpes.
Okay. So listen, can I say something about my knitting? Okay. So one of the biggest issues I've had with my knitting was my sides.
Okay,
And look at my sides.
They look great.
they
I
look
know.
fine. No,
Listen,
I thought you were whinging. No, they look fine. The sides look fine.
I have a swatch where they were horrible. It went like this and all the
Well,
things.
because your tension was probably wonky. Now, what you might want to try doing,
Good.
this is by no mean a requisite, but there is a way to create an edge that is very flush and it's not bumpy on the sides. If you want something that's more flush, and if you want to sew that piece to another piece, it makes it a lot easier. It's called the slip stitch edge.
Yes.
And that is something that you might want to have in your wheelhouse for future reference. Right now, I would say keep going, keep
Keep
doing
doing,
what you're doing. What?
okay. Keep doing
Do
the
not
thing.
yet do all the things. Do not frog that. But yeah, a slip stitch edge.
Yeah.
It's especially handy if you want to do any sort of sewing together pieces. It makes it infinitely easier.
Wow.
So I would totally recommend that. Um, but no, I think it looks great.
Thank you, Craig. That means a
You're
lot.
welcome.
Yep.
Because there are so many crocheters out there, that either they are afraid or they're hesitant or they get frustrated or they feel like they're all thumbs and they try it once and then they give up and they're like, no, I'm not doing it. I've tried and, no, I'm just not doing it. The fact that you're still doing it, I think that that's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
And because whenever I do a knitting tutorial, I get a ton of comments saying that's great, but it's not crocheted. I don't knit, and I feel bad, for those that, exclusively want crocheting content, but I'm multifaceted, I'm, as I say, ambistitual, you know. I like to do both because that's the way my brain operates. And I know that not everybody is like that. And it did take me a long time to get comfortable with knitting because, yeah, if you drop a stitch, oh, it hurts. Trying to fix that. Also, I cannot recommend this enough for you, Juan. Use a lifeline.
What do you mean?
Especially when you're first starting off. Use a lifeline. Because if you make a mistake, like a bad mistake, that way you don't have to unthread your needle out of all those stitches and rip back and start over. And then like rethread your needle through all those loose stitches. It can be an absolute nightmare. So what you do is you put in a lifeline. So while your stitches are all on your needle, okay, you then take, you rock Matt. You then take a yarn needle and another strand of yarn, different color, okay, and you run that through all of those stitches, keeping those stitches on the needle, okay, but you run that yarn through all those stitches, and then you have the two tails sticking out at either end of your scarf, and you just let them hang out there. Then you just keep knitting as you normally do. Then if you run into a problem, like an insurmountable problem, you can then take out your needle, rip back your stitches, and then it stops at that lifeline. So if you keep moving your lifeline up as you go, you have that as your insurance plan.
Now I know what you're talking about because I've seen someone do that.
Mm-hmm.
Rocked
And
it.
they have knitting needles that actually have little holes at the ends of the needles. That way you can thread a yarn, a piece of like thin yarn through that. And then as you're knitting, the yarn goes through all those stitches. And then you pull the yarn out of that hole, and then your lifeline is in place. So you don't necessarily have to do the yarn needle and yarn trick. You could just thread it through your knitting needle. But I would totally recommend that, especially if you're doing a stitch involving yarn overs or decreases or any sort of thing like that.
I love that. Thank you, Cindy.
Lulu, that's so nice.
Yeah.
And it will save you a lot of grief
Yeah.
if you use a lifeline. Believe you me, I speaketh from experience. I wish I didn't, but I do.
If you buy Addy, they're expensive.
Like
The Addy circular interchangeable needles.
No, not the machine, but the actual knitting needles. I know
No.
you're talking about the
You're talking about
the cranking knitting machine. No, he's talking about the circular knitting needles.
So
I mean, also Chow Goose, they have them too, the little hole in there.
yes, Chowgu. But Addy actually has it really defined, but you're also going to pay $200 to $300 a set.
oh my stars. Why do all the good things have to be so much money?
Because they're good.
Yeah, but
That's why I have no money.
well, I'll tell you
Well,
what. I mean, they want to try and make this a more inclusive place, and that's kind of one of the reasons why there aren't so many people in our discipline in fiber arts to begin with. Because everything costs a lot of money. Our hobby, our whatever you want to call this, is not a cheap hobby.
No.
Yeah.
To get the really, really good tools,
Yeah.
you have to save up. So
What?
I bought Chowgu come out with a special set of interchangeable knitting needles.
Yeah.
It's a limited edition. I don't know if they're gonna make it more, but it was $350.
hmm.
That's insane.
And yes, I did buy the set, and
Wow.
yes, I do have like 3 sets of Addies.
See, I used to go with the Addies, but then when I discovered Chow I absolutely love. But what?
That was Michael from MDL Crochet. He does Tunisian. He's got a channel. Have you seen him yet?
Mm-mm.
You have to check out his channel, Craig. He does all the thing. It's all the things. I love it.
That
Yes, Janet, it was the Forte set from Chowgu.
Yeah, so the Chiaogus, I mean, I absolutely love, love, love. And they have, well, in their circular sizes, they have two different sizes. They have shorter ones, which are just the needles, not the cords, but just the needles are 4 inches. Then they have ones that are 5 inches. And, either or, I rather like, but it depends on what you want to make. Because if you want to make a hat, typically it's what, Russ? Like what, 16 inches?
To do magic loop. To
No,
do a
no, I
hat.
mean just to knit in the round, it's 16 inches for the cord needle length. I think it's 16.
Okay, but Chowgu also has another set. They're called the minis, and they're for hats and socks and sleeves and mittens.
Right, but no, I'm talking
And
about to have enough cordage and needle to do the circumference of a hat. That's 16.
oh yeah, 16.
Okay, thank you. So I can't remember if it's the 4s or the 5s, but if you add the cord length to the needle length, you can get a total of 16 inches. So if you want to make a hat specifically, I would suggest go with that set. If you really don't care, then I would say either or. But no, seriously, they are my favorites. I absolutely love them. And I have yet to have any problems with them. And I have a number of their sets because I absolutely love them to death. And also the fact that if you're doing a particularly long project, you can connect the cords to each other to make a really long cord.
That's great.
So it is actually, it's awesome. But with what you were saying about how it's really expensive,
Yeah.
well, the tools are worth the investment. If you're serious about it,
Yep.
it's totally worth the investment.
Yep.
So I see absolutely nothing wrong whatsoever about spending, $100 or $200 on on tools, because those I will use time and time and time again. The yarn, on the other hand, because I do work in bulk, that's where I go on the cheap. Because if I was spending $300 for a skein of yarn, I wouldn't be able to make blankets and, huge shawls as often as I do. I would have to be much more concerted, and I would definitely have to get some sort of a return out of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sustainable. But if I'm using, 100% acrylic and I can get it at my local Walmart, yeah, I can keep going. So there's checks and balances in there, and also, you're working with straight needles right now. Have you worked with circulars before?
Yes. My last swatch was a circular,
Mhm.
and I was told that could have been the reason why my tension was all wonky, because I was doing the same thing but with circulars.
Mhm.
And so it was suggested that I go to straight needles, and there's a significant difference between what I've done with the circulars versus what I've done with the straight needles. So I'm not sure if there's a direct correlation or not, but I'm here for it. I'm good.
What I've noticed, though, is that with the circulars, is that as you're working with them, as opposed to like having to hold both, and because if you let one go, it goes like this, it falls, it drops. But with circulars, you have the cord sort of sustaining the tension, like, because the thing is, since they're attached, and usually the cords are, somewhat stiff, it sort of holds itself up a little bit. So I find it easier in that regard. Now, the advantage to the circulars is that you can do far wider projects than on straight knitting needles. You can do, things that are circular. You can do them in the round. You can go back and forth, what have you. If you want to do projects bigger than a scarf or a shawlette, I would totally recommend uh, getting acclimated and used to working with circulars, because it will open doors for you.
Nice.
It really will, because you can make, a rather full-sized Afghan, knitted on circulars. If you did it on straights, it would have to be in panels or in like a patchwork.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like taking a whole bunch of scarves and sewing them together. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But if you want to have it just be one long, big, continuous piece, you're going to have to use circulars. You know, just like with Tunisian crochet with the long cord. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Because they've got Tunisian hooks where it's a solid hook with a cap at the end. Then they also have Tunisian hooks where, yeah, there's the hook, but then there's like a long cord with a cap at the end. That way you can get that length that you need. Same difference. You know, it really opens up a lot more possibilities as far as size is concerned. Those are the minis, aren't they?
These are the minis. So Jennifer was asking about, so here's the minis.
I have those around somewhere.
So they have the blue, and they also have a red mini. So one's a 3-inch, one's a 4-inch. No, 2-inch and 3-inch. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they are small.
And what do you use them for?
So these, so if you want
socks, gloves, toys,
hats. So when you're doing from the brim to the crown, if you need, either have to go to double point needles or magic loop, or you can do the minis.
Or you can cinch. You know, if you want like a gathered look at the top of your hat, which is not for everybody. If you want a much more clean, finished look, you're going to want double pointeds or, you know, something to that effect.
There really isn't anything out on the market that I don't have. I probably have it.
Truer words were never spoken.
So, you know, I have Addie's metal. I have Addie woods. I have Chowgu from 2, 3, 4, and 5-inch. I have Chowgus. I have the Chowgu Tunisian crochet hooks that take a cable, so I don't have to worry about anything. I can just go. I have Addie needles that are square. I have Carbons that are square. I have Carbons needles. So there isn't, and I do have Hias.
I've never tried those.
I do have Likes. Likey, whatever you want. Licky.
I know you likey, but no, Like.
So I have it. So we have Buddy. There's Buddy.
Hey.
Hi.
So there
How is everyone?
Good. How are you?
Doing okay.
Hey.
Glad to see you.
Nice to meet you.
So I will say, I do not like.
We were just talking about circular knitting needles versus straight needles.
So the LYKKE, I am not a fan of.
I wasn't a fan of their hooks.
However you want to pronounce it, I am not a fan of their knitting needles.
Well, the hooks were absolutely gorgeous, but they were very uncomfortable.
Oh, the wooden knitting needles are beautiful, but I don't like. There's just something about them I do not like.
I like metal. You know, because the yarn glides and slips a lot easier. See, that's another thing. The needles that you're using right now, Juan, those are probably bamboo, right?
Yes.
Those are great if you're just starting off, because your yarn it sort of grabs onto the needles more, and it doesn't have a tendency of sliding so much. But when you get more comfortable, totally upgrade to metal ones, because then the sliding of the yarn on the needle will help you to go faster. It flows much more smoothly. But like right now, like a lifeline, it's a great form of insurance. In case if you're unsteady or you're unsure or you're playing it cautious, which is totally understandable and fine at this stage because, as you said, you're a baby knitter, which I'm delighted that you're doing it. I really am. So yeah, starting off, bamboo knitting needles are sort of like the training wheels, and eventually you're going to want to ride without the training wheels. Um, and that's how I looked at it. But some people do prefer metal ones. Some people prefer wooden ones. But the tactile feel of the yarn sliding off of the metal is much different. And when you get more comfortable, I would totally recommend giving them a try when you get there.
So because, baby knitters, they always think that they're better than they really are. I went ahead and got a pair of Chaigu.
You did. That's awesome.
I have Chaigu circulars,
That's great.
but they're a little slippery and they're a little sloppy.
Okay.
But I have them. They're over there on the fireplace.
Okay. No, that's awesome because they are great. And did you get like an interchangeable set?
No. I haven't upgraded. I haven't done any of that. I bought just one pair to start out with because I know Chaigu. I hear great things about them from Russ, and he unboxed Chaigus and all the things. And I said, well, I'm going to have to try by just getting one. And if I can make this one work, then I might save up my pennies to invest in a set because they're all the things. I mean, that is
They
like
are great.
the bee's knees of the situation. So,
Well, and also, of course, I'm sure you know this, that the weight of the yarn, just like with crocheting,
yeah.
with knitting, the weight of the yarn makes all the difference. You could use the same yarn with the same stitch and a different size of needle or hook, and it looks completely different. So as long as you keep that in mind, also based on your gauge and tension, as long as you keep that in mind, definitely keep trying with them because they are awesome. And I'm delighted that you're sitting at the cool kids lunch table. That's so cool. I mean, you already were, but you know what I mean.
Yes. So, have you heard of? Okay, now you know how people go out buy. Okay, so you know how women go out and they buy these fancy purses and they develop like this purse collection. Or let me just,
Okay.
for instance, okay, Russ, he's got those Chaigu needles, and they're, I mean, they're not cheap by any means, and he's got all the collections and all the things. Well, I have my own little collection of a situation, and I collect Nelson wood hooks. So I have a whole bunch of these.
Mm-hmm.
But if I can put anyone onto these kinds of things, definitely check them out. It's so amazing. Like I ordered all of the parts and had this custom made for myself. And yeah, it's if you're looking to collect anything, I would definitely check out Nelson Wood.
Now, did we talk about those in the last stream? That's more of a Susan Bates cut.
Yeah, I don't.
No, that's a boy. That resembles more of a boy.
Well, the very top apex of the point does look like more of a boy than a Bates, but the cut looks like the side cut.
Yeah.
Looks more of a Bates.
It's got some roundness to it, though. It's not as pointy as a Bates.
Yeah, I will tell you that it has features of both, and it's super, super nice. And what I like is how ergonomic it is. And what really put me onto these was watching your tutorials, Craig, where you had those little wooden ones. I remember seeing you do them, and I'm like, oh my God, they're all the little bulbs and things. And so when I saw this, I'm like, I definitely have to check this out.
Well, do you mean like this one?
I can't say. I'm sorry.
Hold on just a second.
Yes, that.
Yeah, well, this is my size which I don't use a lot because usually I use like a bigger gauge. But yeah, this is a Leto Workshop.
It's so, I love it.
And this also is another. I mean, it makes me think of a bedpost, quite frankly. And so, I'm sorry. There we go.
Yeah.
So you can see it has like a slightly more rounded cut.
Yep.
You know, I mean, the crafting is just, to me, it is absolutely gorgeous. And I know that my focus wants to focus on the spider in the background more than on the hook. But yeah, I absolutely love these. And the size is, okay, again, the lighting is not ideal, but the size is actually burnt into the ends there. So they are by and large my favorites. And then this one too is really quite gorgeous. The inclusion on the sides.
So good.
You know, I mean, it's all the things. It's absolutely gorgeous. And this one is a 6.5. Yeah, so with this one you can actually see a little bit better how it's just sort of, you know, etched in there.
Yeah.
And they are a delight to work with. So, I mean, I see a lot of, you know, ergonomic hand-turned wood hooks. I've seen them on Etsy. I've seen them on Amazon. And yeah, they're very appealing. But I pay very, 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 very close attention to the cut of the hook, because that for me is a make it or break it. And what was that brand of crochet hook that everybody goes gaga over?
Prim?
I think no, not Prim.
Oh, Clover. Clover more?
No,
No,
they're like,
Hero hooks?
the what?
They're vintage. The Hero hooks are.
No. They're expensive too.
Oh, are
the
you
ones you
talking
can
about?
get wood, metal, or plastic.
That's it. What is it?
This is Furl's Odyssey. They're discontinued.
Furls. Thank you.
You're
Because I'd
welcome.
gotten them out of curiosity, and I was so nonplussed. I you know, I got them and I never used them.
Well, sell them to me because I live for these.
You know, I got a wood one, I think it was a wood, a metal, and a resin, I think it was. And one of them, the size of the hook was on a sticker that was stuck onto the end of it. And I'm like, for that much money, I should be getting something better than a sticker.
There's the sticker on the end of it.
Yeah, I was like, that is so, to me, that was a smack in the face. I was insulted.
Aw.
You know, it's like, sir, it's that like, no. I was ticked.
You know how much these are going for on Etsy right now or eBay?
$60?
No. If you go in there right now, you'll find ones up to $325 for one of these hooks.
That's insane.
I know, right?
That is insane. Well, you know what? For that much money, it should make the scarf for me too.
Should.
All right, listen, I have to go attend to my bread. I will be back momentarily.
Okay.
I don't like furls. I like Nelson wood, but I do not like furls at all.
Why?
I just don't like how they feel. I don't like how they move. I just don't like them.
Aw.
But I do have Nelson wood. I'm telling you, I have all the things.
I know you do. I love that for you.
But I just there's just some things even out of my price range.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Buddy, what is your
Yes.
channel? What is your channel's name?
I got it.
Oh, Kevin found it.
Spun together.
Spun together. And
Yes.
I know right now it's not feasible for you to do video content at this time. We're not gonna get into why, but eventually you are gonna come back to make content, correct?
Oh, yes. I've got loads of stuff loaded up to for show and tell and ideas. It's just whenever things work out to be done. See, right now I've got one bar where I'm using my phone. I've got one bar, and
Right.
if I freeze out, that's why. I'm back at Mother's. I've been here for a couple of weeks, and I'll be going home for about almost a week, and then back, and a lot of back and forth. Plus, a lot of other things have happened.
Right.
So life gets in the way.
Yes. But I'm doing a thing on Friday nights. So when you do decide that you can, or when things work out where you can get back to regular content,
Mm-hmm.
I will have you up on my panel on a Friday
Okay.
night. It'll be late, but I'm trying to bring people in that has a channel, but they don't have a lot of subscribers yet.
Cool.
To
Yeah.
to get them notability and to help get their channels moving.
Thank you.
So as soon as you are ready, you let me know, and we'll plan a Friday night. And the panel is basically only going to be people that don't have many subscribers yet. Unless I can, con Juan or Craig or Jax or somebody with notability to be with us.
Well, I'm waiting to get you on my channel, Russ. So one of these days, I'll be able to get you on. I know you work the third shift or whatever, but maybe another day of the week, not necessarily Tuesday. It could be because I also go live on Fridays. I go on Thursdays. I go on Sundays. So there are possibilities.
So the time that you would go on Friday.
Yep.
What time do you usually go on Fridays?
6 p.m.
6? See, that would work beautiful for me.
I love that. Okay.
So you just let me know.
Yes.
You let me know what Friday, and our CEO is back.
Yay.
So you let me know what Friday you want me, and we can make that happen.
Yes. And you're comfortable with my audience? You're good?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I love that for you.
Yeah, my skin's thick. I mean, I've been on YouTube for a couple years, so
okay, good.
I've heard, I've seen, I felt it all.
Okay.
Are we going yarn shopping tonight? Are you telling me we can go yarn shopping tonight? I think you're telling me we can go yarn shopping.
That's so good. I think the only day that we can't go on is Sundays because of my mother.
Oh no, I wouldn't even dream of trying to do a Sunday.
Me too. She would have my head on a platter. Like, are you kidding me right now? You're not taking my Sunday away. Not happening.
No, that's Mama's Day.
Yep.
we don't interfere with Mama's Day.
No. She lets me know that quite often.
Deb.
Yes. I love Deb. She's all the things. And so yeah, I'll have to have
Deb loves you.
Who else? There's just a whole bunch of people that I would like to have on to not just get them some publicity or whatever you want to call it, but to just chat stitches,
Exposure.
Like, yes, exposure. But
hi again.
Hi. But to talk about stitches, like, this blanket that you've been working on forever and a day, like, people are going to want to know, Russ, when is that going to be done? What stitches are on that blanket? Like, what else are you working on? What do you have on your hook besides that blanket?
There is nothing else. There is no Dana, only Zool.
But see, that's what we want to know, and we're going to chat stitches. That's what we talk about. So, It's
Well,
gonna be all the things. You'll see. You'll love it.
So yeah, I'm sorry for me constantly popping in and out, but yeah, the bread, I got it into the oven, and then I had to take the lid off, and in uh, just shy of another 15 minutes, I have to take I have to take it completely out of the oven so that it will stop baking. Um, it's a process.
Yeah.
what
Sorry.
what are you working on, buddy?
I've got another chevron African on the way.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh, isn't
that's
that
beautiful.
gorgeous?
That's so good.
That's
It's all the things.
It is. And I love that you say that, by the way.
yeah, it's I'm using my Knit Pro Novas, the
Wow.
circular up. So it's
Hold
going
on.
smooth.
Yep, there we
I've
go.
got a pound of love and 2 of the bundle of loves that I'm using. Bundle of love is
Haven't tried that yet.
Nightfall. It's about 3 different shades of gray and a black.
Wow.
And I'm bundling that with a pound of love in the antique white.
One of my
So
go-tos.
it has been mine lately. It's soft and you get a bang for your buck.
Well, I think maybe it's possible that even more than the antique white, the elephant gray.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've made a cardigan and a blanket out of the elephant gray.
You know,
So
there's
it's
just
one of my
something so nice and subdued and, restive about it
yes.
that I like. The antique white, it's interesting because the antique white is more warm, the elephant gray is more cool as far as
Yes.
the tone.
I love all of it. I just can't use the recommended hook size on that yarn. I just can't do it.
Which is what?
5.
Yeah, no. Typically, it's like at least an eye. It depends on the stitch, really.
Yeah. But it is very nice yarn. I give
Mm-hmm.
it delicious.
Knit Pro is a nice needle.
Yeah.
I didn't like them at first, but after I got to using them, I liked them a lot better than the Knit Picks nickel. They have the same taper as a Chalgu, but they're coated, so they're a lot slicker. The only thing I
What are
do
the
not
ones?
like is the way it joins.
What are the ones that are like they're almost like an acrylic, like almost like a clear resin? Which ones are those? Were those knit picks?
No, I thought those were like prim.
Because I had gotten a set from Hobby
No,
Lobby
Knit
eons
Picks have,
ago. They were brilliantly colored. They were clear. They were plastic of some sort. And I had very mixed feelings about those.
yeah,
I don't-
Knitter's
I don't
Pride,
have-
before they became officially Knit Pro, they did a set of acrylic, which I like metal, either aluminum or stainless steel, and these are nickel-plated copper.
Mm-hmm.
But I like a slick needle. And after getting used to a Chalgu, I really like a pointed needle. But
Yeah,
with
I mean, I
crochet
remember
hooks, I
initially,
like the old fashioned. Go ahead.
like when I first discovered circulars, I was using the Clover Takumis, which
Yeah, I
are
remember
a
that.
bamboo. And yeah, initially I loved those, but I love the metal ones that much more.
Mm-hmm.
The sliding, slippery nature of them. It just makes it so much easier.
For me, the wood is just like taking a popsicle stick and dragging it through your teeth. Some people that'd be the same as nails on a chalkboard. I just something about it I just can't handle.
No, I totally
All
understand where
right,
you're coming
Russ, what are
from.
you showing?
He's
Those are
showing off
pretty.
his stash.
Wow.
So these are Symphony Rose interchangeable needle set special edition from Knitter's Pride,
Wow.
and they are wooden needles.
Valued
Both
at
of them.
$499.99.
I love them. I really like this needle set.
Nothing quite like needing a credit reference.
I've got good credit.
Not anymore.
If my credit ain't good enough, I'll use Kevin's. We'll get it.
There you go.
I could just start using yours.
Wait, Craig, do you have these needles that he speaks of?
No, the ones that he just opened in that like fabulous like silver plated case. No, I do not have those.
Yeah, I don't either.
No, I do have the Chogu circular sets though. Those I definitely have.
Oh, I have a set of Takumis and a set of Clover, and they're both wood.
Wow.
I have all the things. I'm telling you.
I see. I love that for you, Russ. Maybe when I'm not such a baby knitter, I'll upgrade and get more than just one pair of circular Chogus.
Well, you know what? The fact that you are, you've taken the first step. You're sticking your little toes into the water, and you're getting yourself into it and everything like that. That is the first step. You've gotten over the fear. You're being adventurous. You're trying it. You're doing the work.
Yes.
That's a big part of it. Just getting over that initial hump.
But Craig, my viewers and my followers and my subscribers hold me to the fire. They're like, Juan, how are we doing with the knitting, Juan? Show us the knitting. You haven't shown us the knitting yet, Juan. Where is it? It's about that time. Show us a swatch. So they hold me to it and I work. So yeah, I mean, that's part of it too.
Well, okay, see, here's the thing. I'm trying to encourage you,
Yes.
not bully you.
I know.
And so after like, 6 months to a year, if you haven't finished one project, then I will, I think it's what they did to Gollum. It's like they held his feet to a hot iron plate, Battens, food, hobbitses. It's like, yes, then you will feel the wrath of Sauron. But you know what? I'm trying to encourage you and nurture this interest. And I think it's great. And we need more people that can do both. There's nothing wrong with being able to do one or the other. But if you are versed in both, you get such an understanding, of the mechanics of it, because this is something I was talking about before. In my constant search for knowledge and resources, I came across a knitting technique, and I knew that if I did this on the channel, people would be like, "But what about crochet?"
Yep.
So I'm working on a very distant cousin, twice removed version of that technique, but for crochet.
Nice.
So, it's about your mindset and how to wrap your mind around various things that come in handy if you know how to do both.
Yeah. That makes sense. And I appreciate the encouragement, because it is very discouraging when you're putting all of this work into a project to then come across a stitch that you dropped and you don't know how to pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
And think that the only thing that you have to do is rip it completely apart. Because
Well, that's why I told you about the lifeline.
Yeah.
It'll
Yeah.
save you a lot of grief.
Yeah.
Well, you can if you're just knitting and purling.
Yeah.
If you follow your work down to where you drop that stitch, there's this little tool. It looks like a crochet hook.
Mhm.
and you can actually bring that stitch right back up.
Yep. So I have that tool. I have.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So
That
yes,
be it.
that's it. And it's just okay. So I'm holding it. I'm looking at the work. Yep. So connecting those dots. I mean, yes, I can look at both of them until the cows come home, but what am I doing? Like, so we'll get there
Lifeline.
one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Once you learn to read your work, you'll be able to go down. You'll actually be able to rip stitches down
Mhm.
and actually twist stitches and bring them back up.
Yeah.
So, like if you're just knitting a sweater all the way across, and you get halfway done, and you're like, "Man, I wished I had, these little ribs in it." Well, once you learn to read your stitches, you can tear a row down and bring that row right back up, twist with them twisted stitches, and you're good to go. It looks like you put them there the whole time.
Wow.
Or like an afterthought heel, or
Yeah.
yeah. You'll learn the terminology. You just got to keep at it, keep at it, keep at it.
Yeah, I will.
Joan, what is this crazy magic you speak of?
Right?
Wingardium Leviosa.
Right. Exactly. I love it. It's so good.
Jaxies is here. Hello,
Hi,
Jax.
Hello, hello.
Love that. My sister from another mister.
Emily says, Russ, you are a yarn twisted.
Ooh.
Yes. Well, Russ is his own ply of yarn.
That's hilarious. I love it.
All right. I have to go attend to my bread one last time, I promise, and I will be right
Listen.
back.
Okay.
What?
Nothing. Go
What?
ahead.
We're
What'd
gonna
you
have
say?
to. We're
I
gonna
said,
have to.
listen, Linda, listen. You're talking to the bread.
Well, Edgar is a very demanding lad. I'll be right back.
Okay.
We're gonna have to send them a bill for all of these interruptions.
All right.
At least
Did he
$10.
make enough for? Did he make enough bread for everyone?
You can ask him when he comes back.
That's the question of the hour.
Thank you, Shell. Oh, that's so sweet. Kevin, can you put Buddy's channel back up, please? Kevin's going to put the Buddy's channel back up for you.
Yep.
I love that.
Yep, there it is.
Thank you.
No, you put her channel up. Okay.
I hear him in the background. It's all the things. Hi, Kevin.
Don't make me get the CEO after you. She must have told him how much money I get to spend for yarn tonight.
Wait, are you really shopping at Hirschner's after the live?
Probably.
Oh, my stars. I love that for you.
So get there early because there might not be nothing left.
Where Mary Maxim has a sale going on right now. You might want to check them out too. I got an email.
Yeah, I like
I'm not
her.
sure, but anyway, deals and steals, my friend.
When I can pay $1.25 shipping,
Yeah.
especially the orders that I generate, usually my shipping from Hirschner's is like, $80 to $100 to ship,
my.
So when I can get it for $1.25.
Yeah. Now, does it take longer to get to you?
Nope.
The same amount of time?
Because I do their member club each year.
Oh.
The Hirschner's member club. I pay $25. So when I put my order in tonight, Monday when they come in, my order goes right to the top. It goes above everybody else.
Wow.
So if you bought their membership and you placed an order, yours when they come in the very next day it goes to the top.
Wow. I love that.
And they insure your yarn for free, which is like a $4 or $5 value for
Mhm.
each order.
Yeah.
You get it for free. So you get a lot of perks. It's worth the $25.
Yeah.
Even if you're going to buy from them twice a year, you know, they give you the free shipping coupon, good for one time free shipping throughout the year. Your orders are insured. They give you a special. Yeah, I can talk about Hirschner's all day.
Yeah.
Hey, sex kittens.
Hello. Welcome back. How's Edgar doing?
Baked gorgeously. The only drawback though about making your own bread is that it smells heavenly. What's up?
Everyone wanted to see Kevin.
Oh, hi,
Oh,
Kevin.
hi.
Hi, Kevin.
I'm Jax the
Hello.
squirrel.
Oh, I love it. It's all the things.
Um,
Nice.
the drawback to making your own bread is that I mean the house smells incredible, and I know it's going to taste great, but you have to let it cool before cutting it. Otherwise, it gets gummy.
Right.
You know.
Thank you, Joan.
So that's the only thing that sucks. It's like you have to be patient. Otherwise, when you cut it, it's gummy and not very appetizing.
Yeah.
But no, he's doing good.
But did you make
They
enough
want to
bread
know
for
if
everyone?
yes.
Well, you know what? Drive on over.
In the manner of speaking, right? Yes.
Now, if I drive over, I better bring home about 6 loaves.
Well, by the time you get here, I could have all of them made.
No, I'm taking the red eye. I'll be there in a few hours.
Love it.
Well, then you're gonna have to wait because it takes, what's that?
I can drive there. I'm close.
It takes like a good, solid day for the dough to actually rise.
Yeah.
Now, see, now you're making excuses because you just told us come on over and you'd make us some. Now all of a sudden, it takes days and.
Yes.
Have you made sourdough bread?
Of course I have. I went.
Well, then you know.
I used to buy it. I love a good sourdough.
I come up with a great idea.
Uh-oh. That never sounds. Whenever you say that, it's always a bad sign.
Oh my!
Okay. So what I'm thinking, this gives everybody time to save money. Next year, when Hirschner's has their warehouse sale, where they open up the warehouse and let you go through it to shop, me, Jax, Juan, and you, Fiber, should all go meet up at a hotel and go shopping through Hirschner's.
I'm going.
And I'm sorry, and Hirschner's is in what state?
Wisconsin.
It's fine. It's fine. We'll go. We'll go. We're going.
Wisconsin.
With all the cheese. Wisconsin.
I mean, I do love cheese, but it's usually, representative of my jokes.
Fine.
And hey, if there's other YouTube creators that want to go along with us,
yes,
hey, we will get this. We will make it happen.
I know there are some that have been talking about it for quite a while. They wanted to, do the whole thing with the Hirschner's tour and all that. I think it would be amazing.
And so this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do love me some Stranger Things. Since I am one, a Stranger Thing. But yeah, although I did wear this to work, and I was frowned upon for wearing this to work.
Oh my!
They didn't appreciate it. I don't know if it's the devil's head or,
Did you watch all of the episodes?
yes.
Okay, I love it.
I have theories about what's going to happen in the next season.
Oh.
Teresa, yes, Ross is a couple-hour drive from Hirschner's. I'm like 5 hours, I think, from Hirschner's.
I'm like way
And
further than that.
well, so is Juan.
Yeah.
And so is Jax, but I'm sure Jax would probably go because you could write that off as a business expense because we're going to buy yarn.
Yeah.
Nice
Thank you,
try.
Chef. I thought someone else. Okay. But yeah, I told Kevin last night that I would love to go to Hirschner's. I told him he needs to take me. Thank you, Michi.
She said she'll come.
Oh, Michi's coming too.
Oh yes, I would love that for us. She's in the Midwest. This is gonna be
Okay, so here's the deal. I promise. I will let you guys go in front of me to shop first because once my buggy gets past, there probably won't be much left. So I will let everybody go in front of me and I will go last.
right. What question? Will Hirschner's allow us to ship the packages from the warehouse, or do we have to take it with us?
You probably would have to take it with you.
Oh man.
Mm.
But I'll just bring. So I ship from home, but I can take my shipping cube with me. I just have to change location. So when I get to Wisconsin at the hotel, I would have to adjust my shipping cube to the hotel address. And then I can just pack my boxes and label it and take it to the post office. And it'll be sitting here at the post office because I can ship it to my post office box until I get home.
Nice.
So, Russ is covered.
And
Russ has
this
all
is a certain time of year that they do this or something? When?
once a year. And they've already had it. It was a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. So we've got a whole year to plan is what you're saying.
And that's why I'm trying to make it known so that way everybody can start saving up money.
Yeah, but Russ, you don't want to tell too many people.
Because it'll turn into like a convention.
Because everyone's going to get all the yarn and there won't be none for us.
Mm-hmm.
But Hirschner's advertises it.
Yeah, but it's different. It's different when you're talking to a bunch of yarn addicts. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking about buying one of those storage pods and having it delivered to in front of the hotel so I can buy the yarn and stuff the pod and then have the pod company move the pod from Wisconsin to Delaware. And then I can put it all in my he shed in the back.
There you go. And then I can just put mine in with yours. And as they come through, we can drop off my order. Then we can stop and drop Craig's order off.
Yes.
And,
See, that's the thing that Hirschner's would not, quite understand. That it's like we've got, a yarn addict, a yarn whore, that is Russ. And I don't know what Buddy and I would be construed as, but I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
Like, this is how bad my addiction is. I have 120 mystery boxes sitting in my living room right now, filled with yarn, getting ready to be sold July 1st. I'm already planning on yarn buying, and I haven't sold what was in there. Like, I am ready.
That's how it works.
Hirschner's sale goes until August.
Well,
just so you know.
I'm going to stack and pack. I love it. Give me any fiber, any yarn, anything that's on sale, because I like deals and steals. So
I love going to yarn.
At first I thought you almost said Danielle Steele's. It's like, my mom likes Danielle Steele.
Yeah. So I like going to the yarn websites and going to the clearance first. Then I can buy out what I want, and then I can go regular shopping.
Hirschner's dollar deals. They have that wool spun, that air spun, $1.77
Yeah,
right.
I know. There probably won't be when I get done.
Oh my, Rush, you better save me some. Wait,
See,
they
I'm
only,
the opposite.
huh?
I'm just the opposite. If I have more than 2 totes, I get overwhelmed. It's like, what am I going to do besides collect?
Oh
I just,
no, totes.
You're
yeah, I
just so sweet and innocent, buddy.
Right, two
sweet and
totes.
indecent, maybe.
Oh my, I could
Well,
never.
that's the thing. It's like you're talking to 3 depraved characters here.
Yeah,
You know, we have given over to the dark side.
I mean, it just goes on, and this is just one room. It's insane. I've yarn everywhere. Listen, I don't know how I would feel if I only had 2 totes. I think I'd be depressed.
You would go into withdrawal and you would start getting the DTs and you would start
Yeah,
fiending.
I'd be publicly asking people for yarn. Can you guys give me yarn, please? I'll be with the sign.
You know, like we'll sign that says, we'll work for yarn,
Right?
right?
We'll work for yarn, please. I have things to make.
Emily, that's funny. Kevin's wallet will be reported in a robbery.
Oh no, I just thought of a bad one. A sign that says we'll hook for yarn.
Oh, love it. Yeah,
That's even worse.
I'll hook, I'll stab,
right?
I'll do what it takes.
Oh my.
Well, see, you know what? I got the perfect. I'll have to go to my doctor to get the CEO as my support cat. So that way I can take the cat with me. So that way there's no qualms and questions on how much money I spend at the warehouse sale because the CEO is there and she's going to tell me what I can and can't buy.
Yeah,
I got it.
I love
I
that.
just had this image of you wearing this like mesh backpack with her in the back. You know, that she is the yarn whisperer.
Oh my.
Oh, that's too funny.
I love it.
Oh,
I am
if I buy so much yarn, we're going to have to move to the garage
Yeah, because Kevin will kick you out.
with my yarn.
yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Did you see Michael's has a sale right now? 40% off?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, see, I'll shop at Hirschner's first, then
Yeah.
I'll go to Michael's, and then I'll go to Mary Maxim.
Yeah. Well,
That way I spread the love.
yeah, if you're comparing apples to apples, I would say Mary Maxim should be at the bottom of the list because I mean, you can't beat 40% off of the yarn. Like all the
Right.
yarn is regular price right now, and they have that coupon, 40% off all regular price. And so yeah, it's a deal and a steal. All of their Karen cakes, the cotton, the macchiato, the cinnamon, all of that is 40% off right now. So anyway, but yes, Hirschner's definitely for sure. They have some great bag deals.
I love their bag deals.
Their DK Millens, $5.
Yes. Yes.
Every color. I need all of them. I want.
I have all of the colors.
We'll get some more.
I intend to.
Of course you do.
Stack and pack.
Mm.
Love that. And then run 2 together like me, so you can go through your yarn stash twice as fast.
Well, I sent out a lot of yarn. I really did. I sent out a lot of yarn with the Christmas or the countdown or the Christmas July box.
Yeah, the blue bag that went along with the 13 days. The blue bag, it had a nice variety to it.
Nice.
I will say that. Like I said it before, I'll say it again. I was not disappointed.
Well, Ross, are you planning on doing the Christmas boxes again? Or
I'm definitely working on it. If I can if I can fandangle something, I definitely will be doing them.
okay. That's awesome. I mean, and then also too, think about some alternatives. They don't necessarily have to be Hanks.
True.
They can be
I
anything you want it to be.
I am so
Actually, I'm
I
sorry to interrupt. There, what the hell is her name? I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. But it was this really gorgeous yarn, came in like an organza bag, and there were these really gorgeous, I want to say like 3-weight yarns. And somebody sent me some. It's somewhere in the UK, and the color palette was gorgeous, and I can't remember.
Could it have been the little gray girl?
No,
Giddy
I'm
yarn?
pardon?
Giddy yarn?
Mm-mm.
Stranded dye works?
No, I'm totally not remembering the name, but it was a viewer sent.
Ophelia talks.
Thank you. Yes, because like something like that, sort of like what you did with the mystery bag, the mystery box, where it was all the same brand, all the same weight, so that everything goes together, you know, but like do your own color palette.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing that I am really thinking about is I have to keep the box can't be any bigger than what the July boxes are. That's the size they have to stay.
They're pretty big, Russ.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But
Right.
they're pretty well packed with just the 13 days.
Yeah.
So there isn't much room left.
Well, another thing that you could
So
consider,
if I would have to do 15 full skeins, which then would well, I'd have to do 16. So I could do 15 regular plus Christmas, and then you'd have a full skein of yarn every other day. For that would cover the entire month of December. Plus, I could do the gifts. Plus, I would have room for January. That's another way that I thought about going.
well, if you were to do like uh something like Ophelia, okay. Say you used the same brand of yarn that you used for the Christmas and July box, okay. Pick out X colors for a specific color palette, you know, and then, it's not a mystery box necessarily, but it's like your own sort of curated palette box, you know, and then it could incorporate little mystery gifts, little like notions and things, but do some, like a curated color palette, because there are people out there, and I was in the same boat where I couldn't put two colors together to save myself.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's easier if you have it curated for you so that you don't have to do the thinking. And then, like they can just, one stop shopping, and then they get all the yarns, all the things. And
Love it.
Juan, you're a bad influence.
No, I'm
Um,
a darn addict. It's okay.
that way it's curated for the buyer, and then they don't have to think about, all right, well, this rose and this teal go together, but this pink and that green do not go together, um, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was I was thinking like a the a bright color,
Jewel
with
tone?
a, a bunch of bright colors,
Mhm.
and then have like a black or a dark blue, and kind of like be like a stained glass,
Yeah.
like a
Mhm.
stained glass
Thing.
colorway.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's a good idea.
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out um, a way to go.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, I mean, you gotta bounce around plenty of ideas before one, resonates with you.
And there are yarn dyers in our community that are literally just a finger push away. Like
Well,
Right.
you have Dawn Aaron. She's a great yarn dyer out of the West Coast. And then you have Thriss and Stitches. She's a great yarn dyer. I would just ask them about prices. Would this be something they'd be interested in doing? And would their prices be comparable to Aberdeen's? Because
Mhm.
they dye yarn, they do live dyes. I mean, I would just look at potential options before just getting rid of the idea altogether. Because listen, it's content for them too. They're dyeing the yarn, so it actually helps them. I'm just putting that out there as an option to think about. You know,
right, and I have thought about using a hand dyer, but I don't know if they could accommodate such an order.
you never know. You got to, I mean, you never know because
Nope.
they may want that exposure. It's content for their channel. It's a challenge for them, and it gives them an opportunity to try something new. You know, so I mean, it's at least worth asking them to see if it's something they'd be willing to, uh, take on. You know, so because I know how much you love those mini hanks, and unfortunately, we're not getting anything from Aberdeen's right now. But who knows? There may be other alternatives. Just an idea, you know.
And then, yeah, if the hand dyeing route is not feasible, then I think that the uh, what's the word I'm looking for? The curated
Yeah,
color palettes. I think that is also a feasible thing. It's just you have to catch whatever yarn manufacturer that comes out with it. You have to catch them at the right time so that you can get a really, a good deal so that it's equitable.
yeah,
Yeah, but we're kind of throwing this around last night, talking same the same thing using. I just man, I don't.
it's not easy.
Nope.
No, it's not
That's why I don't
because
do it, because I give you a lot of credit for doing this sort of thing, because I couldn't.
well, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings,
Of course not.
and I sure in heck don't want to. We all know what our hobbies entail, and
Mhm.
when you're trying to sell an item and you put $60 on it or $80 on it, that's what you want. You don't want people to haggle you down. Okay, hey, look, I'll give you 40 for it.
Right.
It's like, well, that's kind of a slap in the face. And that's
Mhm.
what I don't want to do to hand dyers, because
Right.
I know the work that goes into it. I know the time. I know the cost.
Well, that's the thing.
I
Instead
just
of haggling with them, you know, see what they have to say first.
Yeah,
You know, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because you never know. They might surprise you. Maybe yes, maybe no, but you have to try. If you're interested in it, you have to engage with them to some degree. You can't assume one way or the other, at least not initially.
it's always going to be a no unless you say something.
Hmm.
So
True.
well, I just don't want people to think that I'm trying to get something for nothing, because that's not the case.
yeah,
I
Well,
just can't I can't pay $350 per box for yarn and turn around and sell it for 200.
Right.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
Well, perhaps there's some sort of meeting halfway kind of thing that can be done. But the thing is, right now the idea is still in its infancy.
Yep.
You know, but you gotta wear down some of the shoe leather first. You'll get there.
I might even look at Miss Babs and see what I can come up with.
Nice. I like that you're considering like other ideas and other alternatives. That's so cool.
Well, yeah, I just don't want a kibosh, I don't want to put a kibosh on the countdown box because everyone loved them.
Yeah. And they did sell very quickly. But I think your summer boxes went faster. Just in my
Well,
opinion.
that's because there was anticipation, and Russ, you already have like a little bit of notoriety.
You have a little bit of a following with these boxes.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you're consistent with it, your following will grow.
I even thought about doing a fall box.
Yeah.
Autumn colorway.
Autumn colorways.
And that will sell like you would not believe because those autumnal colors are very popular. That's like the beginning of our Super Bowl season in the yarn arts. Like fall, winter. Yeah.
Juan, you just validated me. Thank you.
Well, we share the same sentiment, so it's fine. I love it.
Well, I mean, it's why I love the Doctor Who scarf so much because it has all those autumn colors in it. Please tell me you know what I'm talking. Tell me that you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's all the things.
Actually, you know what? That would be a great project for you.
Me?
Yes, I'm totally serious. That would be a great project for you because it's just garter stitch.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love it. Do I have to change
It's
colors?
just garter stitch. What's that?
I have to change colors.
Yes, you have to change the color. Yes, and, my little eyes, Dottie, they went woo. It's just garter stitch. You can do a slip stitch edge if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to. And I did a couple of them, but I manipulated the pattern because if you follow it in its original form, the scarf will be about 12 feet long.
Yeah. It's only supposed to be 7 feet.
Wow.
Yeah, it is crazy long. It's very wide. Well, because he had to use it to trip up android robots and rappel down mountainsides. He was like all James Bonding it. But you can alter it as far as the width, number of stitches. Because I think the original was like maybe like 60 or 80 stitches wide or some craziness. And so what I did was I reduced the width. And then instead of the full number of rows per color, I cut those in half. So the ratio was still there throughout, but it was half as much. And the ratio worked out much better. And I think that the website was Witty Little Knitter, which, because it was what Dr. Who referred to as Mother Nostradamus made him that scarf. And he said that she was a witty little knitter.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that was from the episode called, I want to say, The Ark in Space.
I love it.
Tom Baker was my favorite Doctor. He's the one that I grew up watching. As campy as it was, I loved it. And that would be, like I said, that would be a great project for you because there is a beginning, a middle, an end, and it is just garter stitch. So it's totally in your current wheelhouse.
Yes.
The colors are awesome.
Yes.
And you can find all of the colors in Vanna's Choice.
Really?
Yes.
That
When I
sounds
worked at
sweet.
Michael's, that's the colors that I use, the Vanna's Choice.
Wow. Hirschner's $2.99 right now.
There you go.
And if you're a
And the
member,
fact that you
get
know that off the
10%
top of your
off.
head is really frightening.
I know. It's all the things. I know all the prices. I'm an addict. If I don't know my prices, I'm not good at anything. You know what I mean?
So, Serena, this has been a blanket that's been ongoing for over a year.
525,600 minutes and counting.
Seasons of Love.
And I have 45 more Hanks to go.
Sweet.
How many did you start with?
Well, it started out at 160,
Mhm.
which was in this jar.
Wow.
Then, when the jar got empty, the blanket wasn't big enough, so I had to pull out 60 more Hanks.
Wow.
And at this point in time, whatever those 60 give me, it's done. Because the 160, got a full-size bed. The 160 was able to cover the top. Nothing to hang down on the sides.
Right.
So I took the 60 additional skeins, and that's going to be what is going to drape on the sides.
Okay.
And however much of a drape down the sides they go, that's as far as it goes.
I know it's fingering weight, but what size hook are you using?
3.5 millimeter.
That's what I'm using on mine.
Oh my.
And I probably should have used a 3, but it's turning out fine.
Is it heavy?
It's getting heavy.
Wow.
Well, you figure every 20 Hanks is a full-size pair of socks.
Every how many Hanks?
20.
20 Hanks is a full-size pair of socks.
Yeah. Because 10 minis will do one sock.
Wow.
Well, crew or
A regular size sock, not a crew sock. A regular size.
yeah, because like the ones that are like not even at your ankles, I hate those.
No, this goes.
Well,
I like the ones I like the ones that I can like pull up mid shin.
Yeah, it's like, so when I do my sock, I start at the top, and I do a 2-inch
Cuff.
2-inch cuff. Thank you. And then I do 6 inches down. Then I do my traditional heel flap and gusset. And then when that is done, then I do as long as my foot. And then I start decreasing for my toes.
Mhm.
Have you ever done German short row heels?
No.
They're not as sturdy as the heel flap and gusset, but they're a lot easier.
Yeah, but I'll just stick to my heel flap and gusset.
Thrifty Crocheter asked about the square blanket.
Oh. So somebody's asking about, I missed it. Kevin just told me. Somebody's asking about the squares blanket. So that must be the blanket for the charity. And it's coming along. Here's a question for you, Craig.
Yes.
Nope, it's on the screen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I like variety, you know. I like doing a whole bunch of different things, you know. I see absolutely nothing wrong with just having, you know, crocheting as your mainstay. Me, my attention span is shorter than that. And my interests are varied, and that's why I like to incorporate all sorts of different things. You know, whether it is, you know, some solitaire games or some audiobooks or some cooking or whatever, because, you know, for me, variety is the spice of life. You know, it's like I love pasta, but I wouldn't want to eat it every night, you know. Oh, by the way, speaking of, I think it was on the last live that it was recommended that I try making uh, spätzle. I think it was.
Gesundheit.
Danke. And I absolutely love it. And I had, in my opinion, I had a really great idea for making spätzle, but in a very unconventional manner. Um, when I was filming my tutorial for the herringbone lace shawl, I was in I was in the middle of a row, and we had a blackout. It was terrifying, not because I'm afraid of the dark, but because I was in the middle of a knit row. And I was like, oh
Yeah.
God. You know, fortunately, it was one of the pearl rows that I wasn't actually filming, but still, I was like, oh, this is so not happening right now. So the power was out for over an hour, and I figured, well, I'll eat something. So I had some leftover spätzle. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but um, so I had some leftover, and it was actually, in my opinion, it was really good, even though it was cold. Then I was thinking, well, it's basically a pasta slash dumpling. What if I made a spätzle pasta salad? So incorporate, you know, like maybe some tomatoes, some celery, some beans for protein, or maybe a can of chicken, and then do like an Italian dressing, and then you have it cold like a regular pasta salad. You know, it's something I definitely want to try soon. Often is the time in where I eat leftovers cold anyway, so I'm totally used to it. But I think it's actually a good idea.
Wow. Sounds like fun.
It is. You know, the first time I tried making it, I used a squeeze bottle, squeezing the batter directly into the boiling water, and it worked. But the circumference of the noodles, I swear, it looked like worms. It did. It looked like worms, and I was just sort of like, okay, it tastes fine. Just the appearance was just sort of like, wow, this is like worms. Um, and then I bought a spätzle board, where you put the batter onto the board, and then you cut it and like scrape it off into the boiling water. And
Okay.
beg pardon?
No, I was listening to you explain it, and I was like, okay, to myself. I said it out loud. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so I tried that. It's like the more traditional method, and it worked just fine. And I absolutely love the taste. And you know, I definitely want to make that again. But I was thinking it might be fun to do sort of like a, like I said, like a pasta salad, cold version of it, especially in this summer heat.
For sure.
I just I just realized I did lives all weekend.
Oh, you're a busy little bee.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
well, I know a lot of people don't like to rewatch lives because they're so long.
They'll watch whatever they want to watch, and it'll be all the things. You know.
You know, we're just a bunch of chatty Cathys. We can't help it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, even if I'm doing a live by myself, I don't know. I just prefer doing a live than just a recorded video. I would just rather do a live. It's just as easy to hit the live button as it is to hit the record button.
Live stream by myself. Live stream by myself. Oh, oh, oh.
I've done live streams by myself. That don't bother me.
Yeah.
Oh, 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 oh.
Oh my.
I
The fact that I know the song that you're humming to is just scary.
Well, you're an 80s child too, so you get it.
Yes.
I'm a 70s child.
Can't relate.
Product of a bad acid trip?
No.
It's
It's just I was born in 71.
We love that.
When were you born, buddy?
1202 BCE.
I was gonna say don't
First
say
name
19.
basis with Plato.
I can tell you how the pyramids were built, and I can even show you the tools they used.
Oh my, I love that.
Can you just show me the tool?
Heard they used water. I don't know.
Mm,
Anywho.
Well, they used logs, I think, to roll the blocks of stone, if I'm not mistaken. And they would like chink a little bit into the rock, and then they would put in like wedges along the crack, and they would keep pushing the wedges in until it broke. Like old school masonry.
Yeah.
you say that like you were right there.
You know what? The YouTube it's a very interesting sort of universe, because on the one hand, you've got like epic fail videos and Karen meets their karma videos and all sorts of things, but also there's so much in the way of education on there. YouTube is like any other tool. It can be used for good or less than good purposes.
True.
Very good.
It's true. I mean, like, look at, atomic power. It could be used to power cities or destroy them. Tools are only as good or as bad as what they're used for. It's like the inventors of the internet didn't expect that people were going to be sending out millions of duck-faced selfies. They thought that it was going to be used like for more like educational, like self-fulfilling, purposes, but no, we've got the Tide Pod challenge.
Oh my. Tide Pod, the ice bucket.
Well, at least the ice bucket had like a good, noble beginning to it before it became a meme.
True.
But the Tide Pod challenge, like, no, there's no excuse for that kind of nonsense.
That's not the things.
No, that is not the things.
And why would somebody hang off a cliff by one arm?
Who knows?
Why would anyone think that would be a good challenge?
One word: clout.
Yeah.
It makes people ordinarily reasonable, intelligent people do completely asinine things. People will do really awful things for clout. There's this one guy, unfortunately, prank, quote unquote, you have to use the quotes, prank channels are very popular with certain demographics of people, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And it means people doing really ridiculous, quite often dangerous things to get, notoriety, to make a YouTube name for themselves. There's this guy in England who he would go around doing ridiculous things, and he's been arrested a number of times for it, but he keeps doing it because he's not punished severely enough. One of the instances, he went into a park and he saw this this woman with her little dog, and he's like, "Oh, that's a really cute little dog." He picks it up and starts running away, and he's filming himself laughing like a maniacal idiot, giggling as he's running away with this little dog in his arms, and this frantic woman behind him freaked out. That's a prank. No, that's called larceny.
Yep.
Or he found somebody who they left their front door open. So he walked inside and he's filming it. And so he and his friends, they went inside. The family was there. They saw him and they're like, "Excuse me?" And because it is in Texas, they didn't shoot him on sight. But, yeah, I mean, he faced some legal repercussions. But no, that is what some people like to do on YouTube, unfortunately. And they get the views and they get the clout for it.
Mhm.
They also get the court costs, but sometimes that's not enough of a deterrent for some people. They just keep doing these completely stupid and dangerous things. It's a shame, but people do it.
It is. That is crazy.
Mhm.
Was that fireworks going off?
Yes.
Who's shooting them off?
A little early, isn't it?
Right?
It's not until Thursday, right?
Oh, it's probably the people across the way.
I think it was in a Simpsons episode where I think it was Apu that said, "What better way to celebrate the independence of your country than by blowing a little part of it up?"
Yeah.
He was trying to explain, trying to understand the weirdness of fireworks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh God, this is taking forever.
No, this is
Oh.
taking forever.
So, Craig, are you
Yes.
crocheting? Are you knitting? What are you doing under that camera? I mean, I know you can't show us the things, but what exactly are you doing under there?
Nothing sorted, I assure you.
I'm not sure because, just I don't know. At least I'm showing what I'm doing. I don't know what you're doing under there.
Okay, so you're an exhibitionist. That's your call.
So what are we doing under that camera, Craig?
You will find out.
Well, can we all find out together? Because I like to look too.
He's working on an onion. That's what that is.
An onion?
An onion.
Oh, yes, I know all about the nunya. Yes, I know all about the nunya. Well, because, there are certain people that I know that like to observe other people and,
Yes.
like, "Oh, I wonder what they're doing, da 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 da." And I'm like, "Oh, they have that business. The what? Nunya. What's that? The nunya business." And the death stare that I got from that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, like you'll find out all in good time. There is a
Are you crocheting? Are you knitting? Are you sewing? Are you bowling up yarn? What are you doing? At least give us that.
I'm working with yarn, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Nail binding.
I know, I wish. And actually there's no way that you can't do nail binding with acrylic.
Mm.
And I'm using Red Heart Super Saver. So could you imagine the Vikings doing nail binding with Red Heart?
Wow. Have you ever ran together? It's very squish.
I'm sorry, what?
Have you ever ran two 4-weights together with a big fat hook?
Yes, I have.
It's very squish. Here, let me show you.
I mean, it looks gorgeous.
It's all the things, and I doubled my size since I came on to the live.
Well, I have definitely gotten a lot more done since we've been doing our live, but even with everything that I have done, I'm still only, because it basically this blanket that I'm working on, it's 2 parts to it. The
Yeah.
first part, I started on Thursday. I finished today. The second part, I'm almost 1/7 of the way through.
Wow.
And that's since we started the live. So I still have a fair amount of work to do, but I can't give it away.
Well, you also had to tend to all the things in the kitchen.
That's true.
You had that bread. And what are you holding there? Up there.
So this is the blanket I showed the ball earlier, and I'm still working on.
Well, I
This
mean,
is-
also, you're working with a very fine weight of yarn.
It just takes so long to get around.
Wow. And how many hanks are in that ball?
Well, there was 15. There was
Okay.
15. So when this ball is done, I will come on camera and I'll draw another 15 and then I'll ball them up. Because the whole thing, I'm trying to get this blanket done.
Understood.
And it's to the point where I just want to put it away for a while and work on something else.
Put it on time. Put it in timeout. Yep. I hear you.
Because it's just taking forever.
Yeah, I know all about that.
So are you guys wanting to call this live, or do you guys want to keep going?
I could go for a little bit longer. I mean, I've got about 20% left on my phone.
Let me see. Yeah, as long as it's not 5 hours, Russ.
Well, we're at 4.
Oh my goodness gracious.
No, we seriously are. So it's
3:55:59.
We've been on that long?
3 hours and 56 minutes.
Are you kidding me right now?
No.
Nope.
I told my people that I promised that I would not be on for 5 hours again.
We are heading towards 5 hours.
Oh my goodness.
It's okay. It was an honest mistake, lie, fabrication thing.
Well, do we still have people here?
We have 223 people tuned in.
We've got people.
We have maintained over 200 people the entire time.
Really? I wonder what the appeal is about. Maybe it's all of us working our nunyas under the camera.
4 chuckleheads, you know, just ribbing each other on and getting
All
each other's goat and being silly.
All the things you're doing under the camera, Craig.
If all goes according to plan, you will definitely see the net result a week from today. But because you three are in my my echelon, you'll definitely see it before that. And I have ideas because the one that I'm working on right now is, I don't want to say basic, but it's the most simplistic version of what I'm thinking of doing. I do have a much more complicated version in mind because I'm a glutton for punishment.
Oh.
Oh, Nana.
Aw.
You sweetie. I am totally a glutton for punishment. I love doing things the hard way and creating more work for myself. So I've already been plotting and fiddling and finagling, potentially doing a much more visually intricate looking piece. The one that I'm currently working on, I think it looks awesome and I'm really happy. But yeah, I like to suffer too. So, I definitely think that this is going to be the first foray into this particular technique. But you know that you guys are in the inner sanctum.
Love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you are.
All the things.
No.
I always bounce my ideas off of you guys, and you guys are, really great with your feedback, all the time.
Yeah. So, Craig, you want to see something interesting? Maybe Russ too. So
Sure.
this yarn was gifted to me This yarn is Red Heart Super Saver vintage, and it's older than I am. So this dates back almost 50 years. It's all heathered yarn, and I'm just doing a very simple asymmetrical shawl with it because I really didn't know what to do with it.
It looks sort of like the Lina shawl.
And so I have this left to put on here.
Mm-hmm.
My question for you guys is, it's not going to be long enough with what yarn I have. My question is, what color should I finish it with after this? Looking at the colors that I have here. Are we maybe a black, or I don't know. What are you thinking?
Well, what do you have?
So this is the end of these vintage yarns. This is all I have.
I would keep it.
Just leave it that way and not add anything else to it?
Correct.
Okay.
Reason why is that way it is that way you're keeping it uniform and true to itself as far as the circa date.
Right.
Because that way you're not going from circa like 50 years ago to 2 years ago. The quality will be different, the wear will be different. Even if it's never been used before, it will be different.
And I will tell you, the yarn, the way I'm working, like I'm crocheting it, right? But the yarn works differently than the yarns from today.
That's why I'm telling you, just don't incorporate a contemporary yarn with a vintage yarn. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Because it'll stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah. I would agree with you on that 100%. But I was just thinking about size-wise. So it's going to come in a little smaller than anticipated, but I guess that's okay, right? I mean,
Well, it could be more of a neck scarf as opposed to a full-on shawl. Also, what you could consider doing is with that last cake that you have there, don't crochet with it. Create fringe along the bottom edge. So it frames it. It gives it a bit more body.
so keep it small like this, but just add the things around the edge.
Right. You could add some fringe around the edge, and that would give it the appearance of a bigger size.
Yeah. I love that idea. Okay.
And that way you would keep it true to itself as far as the circa, as far as the dating of it, because I would not incorporate a contemporary yarn with that, because that would sully it.
Yeah. Okay.
We're playing leapfrog here.
Maybe putting an edge. Maybe if I decided to opt against the fringe, what if I did like an edging pattern?
Actually, there is a way of doing fringe, but it isn't actually fringe. What you do is you pull up a really big loop. You put your hook into that loop, and then you twist that. And then you release it, like you then stitch it closed, and then you release it, and then that twist is built into it, and it stays into it. So instead of an open fringe, it's basically a loop that's really, really twisted, and because it's then the stitch is finished, it maintains and retains that twist.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't think I've ever done it myself on my channel, but it does exist on there. It's a way of making a fringe, but it won't fray, and it has a nice decorative look to it.
That's going to help me get this whip finished on time. I love that. That's Windtuck. Love that.
I've heard of it. I don't think I've ever worked with it, though.
So back in the 80s, when I bought this skein of yarn is 3.5 ounces, 4-ply, and it's soft.
Wait, does it have a price tag on it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, then wait, I need to guess how much it is. All right,
75
considering we're talking. The date is like over 40 years ago. I would definitely say under $1. I want to say. You said how much?
Huh?
Juan, you said how much?
75 cents.
I would say. Well, I could say another number, but I won't. 60.
Buddy, what's your guess?
$1.39.
I think Buddy might be right.
Mm.
88
Let's see.
cents.
You were closer. Juan, you get the door prize.
I love my vintage. Love them. I collect them like I do everything else.
So, and that was from Kmart was the only place I could buy Windhoek. And
We don't even. Did they go? Like, did Kmart like actually go out of business, or they're just
Yes.
not in certain areas?
No, they went out. Sears bought them out, then they all went bankrupt. If Sears didn't buy them out, they probably still would have been around.
Sears, right? Would have been around still?
No, Kmart would have been.
Really?
Mm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, because there was
but-
Sears and A&S, which was Abraham and Straus, I think. A&S. That was another department store,
Wow.
big back in my day.
But I remember
Back in our day.
In the before time.
I can't. I love it. It's so good.
Well, I mean, I miss the days when like arcades were actually a thing. It wasn't a Chuck E. Cheese. It wasn't a Dave and Buster. No, it was an arcade,
And it was
and you can get an Orange Julius, and you could go to the arcade and, you could, blow like your entire allowance playing Dragon's Lair, in 5 minutes, and then you'd go hound your parents for more money. But they would be too busy browsing wicks and sticks, looking for scented candles, or Walden Books or B. Dalton,
I preferred B. Dalton myself.
Definitely.
Yeah.
They were a bit more highbrow as far as the quality. Walden was sort of like, eh.
Right. Mediocre.
Yeah. B. Dalton was like the precursor to Borders, and then Borders became Walden, and Barnes and Noble became the B. Dalton, and now Borders is out. Now it's just Barnes and Noble.
Yeah. What a shame.
And I heard Barnes and Nobles ain't doing all that great.
No.
It's a shame.
Such promise.
Well, there's so much in the way of digital copies of books. Not just that, but also, Amazon they've really taken over the market.
Yes, they have.
For better or for worse. I mean, I don't agree with some of their business practices, but, to be honest, the shopping experience, it's too good,
Yeah,
That's why I keep going back to them.
absolutely.
But to make up for, various and sundry things, if ever I run into the delivery driver, sometimes like this one guy, I felt so bad for him. He was delivering something. I want to say it was on a holiday. It might have been Memorial Day. I don't know, but he was upset. He was very visibly and audibly upset. He was cursing up a storm. I could hear him from inside, the door closed. I could hear him in his truck cursing like, well, a truck driver, about something. I'm assuming it had something to do with the like the scanning gadgets not working properly or whatever. And he was really having a bad day. And he was parked outside of my place for, I want to say, easily a good 5 to 10 minutes, apparently not able to find what it was that he was looking for. And so he came up to the door, and I'm like, "You look like you're having a really bad day. Would you like a muffin?" And I already had like a whole bunch of them ready from the night before. So
Bet you had a muffin ready.
You know, his whole demeanor completely did a 180. And the thing is that, you know, he was this big guy with all these tats, and, you know, he looked like not the kind of person that you would want to see in a dark alley. You know, like he could definitely, you know, he could do some damage. And he was really upset. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, a muffin, you know, and it was with chocolate chips and pecans, and it had, you know, banana, and it was muffin, and it was already wrapped in saran wrap and ready to go. His face lit up like a kid on Christmas, and he was just so happy. And I'm like, you know what, if it helps him get through the rest of his day, good job, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
You know, because I can only imagine how difficult it must be. You know, you're on the road for X number of hours, you know, driving around nonstop, quotas to fill, you know, I get it.
Wow.
So I did my little good deed for that day.
That was nice of you. You were very brave.
Well, the thing is that, I mean, the same thing can be said for and applied to, you know, if you go into a store and the cashier is obviously not having it, you know, they're just not having a good day, everything's going wrong, you know, if you explain to them, it's like, yes, you know what? I know what you're going through. I'm on your side. I work with the public. You know, I've worked
Mm.
retail. I do work with the public. It's like, you know what? I get it, you know, and anybody who has ever said the expression, the customer is always right, has never worked in customer service.
True. Very true.
And the fact that I have worked in one capacity or another of customer service for over 20 years, I think I've earned my Purple Heart. Um, you know, it's made out of amethyst. Um, and, you know, when they understand that you are an ally, then all of a sudden, you know, they realize, oh, I can breathe now for a second, you know, and they can get their second wind, and, you know, they don't feel like a cornered animal, you know, as they usually do during the day, you know. And once they feel that they have you know, an ally, you know, you get so much further.
Yeah. Wow.
You know, it's a really great rule of thumb, you know,
Because I'll
because
be
as soon
back
as
in just
somebody
a moment.
was that,
No, I'll be right back.
oh, no worries. Because if, you know, if somebody comes into a situation acting like, you know, an entitled Karen, I want to talk to your manager, blah blah blah, you know, they're not going to get very far. They may think they will because they're being, you know, assertive, and, you know, it's like, no, there's a difference between being assertive and being aggressive. You know, you can be assertive and be positive.
Yep.
You know, you can,
I'm,
you know,
I
have a
would be
nurturing
on,
nature.
but you know, sometimes it's almost like you wonder if restaurants do things on purpose, because
Do
when I
what on
order
purpose?
do things wrong on purpose, because when I order my food, it's always well done. When I order a steak, I want it well done. I don't want no pink. I don't want no red. I want this baby well done. You can't overcook my food in a restaurant. And it always comes out and it's always leaking blood. It's always pink or red. And it's like, how is this well done?
Well, perhaps, okay, perhaps your approach needs to incorporate words like, okay, I want to see fire, brimstone, and charcoal. I want it to look like an asteroid landed on my plate.
But,
Yep.
You know, sometimes you just need to be a little bit more obvious.
well, even with a hamburger, I want it well done. I don't want no pink. I don't want no red. But yet it always comes out and there's always pink or red. It's always pink or red. How can you say it's a well done burger if it's got pink and red?
Well, there is another alternative, which I know you're not going to like.
Say it.
Well, you know the expression, if you want something done right.
Gotta do it yourself.
Yeah.
But
That's why I learned how to cook.
But that's not the point. I mean, I can understand if you want it medium rare or whatever, however people eat it, okay? But when you say well done with no red or pink, you shouldn't have to. When it comes to the table, there should be no red, no pink.
All right, I got another idea for you. This could turn a few heads. The next time you go out to eat, come prepared and you have a small butane torch. And then you pull off the bun and you start zapping it with your little butane torch. You're like, okay, see what I'm doing?
Oh my. Oh my. Like, oh my stars. What are you doing in the restaurant?
You know, and then, oh, also have like some welder's goggles on as well, you know, just for good measure and for some dramatic flair.
Well, I just, you know,
I
don't
understand what you're
just
saying.
I don't get I just don't get it. And I hate sending it back because you never know if they're gonna wipe the floor up with it.
Yeah. I've worked in food service, so yeah. Past tense, you know, I've seen things that I can't unsee.
Wow.
It just baffles my mind that when you ask for well done, and I even go as far as to tell them shoe leather, it can come out, you know, shoe leather, and it's okay. I've even had um, cooks come out and say, "I'm not making your steak well done. This is how you're going to eat it." No, that is not how I'm going to eat it. So the manager had to go back because the chef refused to make my well done steak. So the manager had to go back and cook it himself and
I'm
bring
sure
it
that went
out.
over real well.
I would have sent that chef home and told him not to come back.
Yep.
Man.
But I don't know what happened. Um, you know, I wasn't there for after the fact, so I don't know what transpired. But that's pretty sad when the cook won't cook the food the way people want it.
Well, like I said, that's why I started to learn how to cook so I could just do it myself, you know?
Yeah, but you
And I
know,
tell you, I,
now and then you want to treat. You want to treat yourself.
well, yeah. I mean, there's a burger place that I go to every now and then. Absolutely love, love, love them. Seriously, they are awesome. And I never have an issue with their food. Well, yet.
Kim said some chefs refuse to cook a steak well done. It's not uncommon.
Mm.
Because they may feel as though it's destroying the food. But it's not their call to make, so.
Well, I mean, I could understand if you wanted something really, 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 really rare, and they'd be like, "Well, I have to cook it somehow, to some extent. Otherwise, you know, you are risking, you know, like a parasite or something." You know, like when some people are like, "Yeah, I want it mooing and bloody," you know, et cetera, which honestly I don't find appealing myself. Some people do. Um,
Well, no, I
but
don't want to. I don't want to have to milk the cow before I eat it.
Oh my.
I mean, like when I have sushi, I know the risk that I'm running. You know.
And on YouTube, they show so they take meat, a steak, and they pour this solution on it, and then you can see all these little worms start to work their way out of the meat.
That's not worms. That's fake. That's not real. I've seen the video. That's actually faked. That's to make people freaked out and paranoid. That's not real.
Well, nonetheless, there is parasites in raw meat.
Well, yes, but what they're doing actually is they take hypodermics filled with something else and they stick it through and up so that when they squeeze the hypos, that fluid is coming out so that it looks like little worms.
Well, I don't. Ooh.
So no, I know exactly what you're talking about. I think it was a Coke. They were pouring, I think it was Coke over a steak, and that was what was happening. Like it was this reaction, where in actuality it was something completely different. It's anything to get people freaked out, like testing if your ingredients are fake or real, and they'll take like a lighter to a piece of American cheese. Does it melt or does it burn? Or rice, same thing. It's like, does it burn, or are there little bits of plastic mixed in with your rice, etc., etc.? There's a ton of those. I know exactly what you're talking about. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. Okay. Unfortunately, my phone only has 15% left. So I'm not dead, but I'm getting there. Just to let you know, just to give you the heads up.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up soon as well.
Well, we're at 4 hours and 21 minutes.
Yeah.
We have to cut it short before 5 hours. That way we hold Juan to his word for his channel.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want you getting in trouble.
Yes.
We love you too much for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry my lives are so long.
No, it's a fun place to hang out.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of work done.
Yeah, so am I.
Love
so
that
you're not taking away from my schedule at all.
Yeah. So it's fine. I guess I'll call it for me at 4:30.
Okay, you got 9 minutes.
Make it count.
Yes.
If I could put a countdown clock up, I would.
Oh my. So Russ, are you working towards monetization, or what are you doing?
So I am monetized.
Are you? Yay.
Yeah. I have 2,400 subscribers. Over 2,400 subscribers.
I love that for you.
And my watch hours did drop, but YouTube didn't take my monetization away.
Okay.
But now that I'm able to have videos, now my watch hours are going back up, and I'm almost at 4,000.
Is that where it needs to be? 4,000?
Yeah, you need to maintain 4,000 watch hours, and you have to maintain 1,000 subscribers. Anyway, that's the rules that I read when I started, but that could have changed.
Things like that they love to change, because it was different when I was trying to get monetized. It was a different set of specifications that I had to fulfill, and then the new crop of YouTubers coming in, they'll have to jump through some other hoops, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And they gave you black marks, so if you did, so I had to make sure that I wasn't doing anything that gave me a black mark, because when you get so many black marks, they take your channel down.
Did you pee on the carpet?
No.
I love it.
So it's just there's just so I try my best. I keep the content, try to keep it as clean as possible, and I don't.
Well, we're a bad influence. I'm sorry. At least I am.
Yeah, it's fine. We're in the house. We're hanging out. You know what I mean?
I just I just try and keep everything clean. And
Well, I would say I'm like PG-13-ish.
Yeah.
and I don't I try not to infringe on copyright. Now when Kevin plays the piano, I don't monetize those anyway. But the last time YouTube actually sent me an email, let me know that I can't monetize it unless I turn the sound off.
Yeah, well,
Which
because he was playing some, well-known piano piece, wasn't he?
well, he was playing church songs,
That could do it.
um, but I don't intend to monetize those anyway. I wasn't going to monetize it, so that wasn't a big issue for me anyway.
Well, I had the same issue with a video game that I've been playing on my video game channel. There's music in the game that is copyrighted, and I can't get rid of it. So, like the entirety of the game, I'm not making anything off of it, but I wanted to finish it because I really liked the game. It's called um, Paper Trail, and it's sort of like a puzzle origami adventure game, and it's cute. It's nice. And I only have a couple more videos of that I'm posting, and then I'm moving on to the next thing. But there are some games that do that, um, and you just got to bite the bullet. Or if you have the technology, you can try to mute that out of it. So
Did
it's in the video game world too, hon.
did I answer your question, Juan?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, I didn't know if it was a two-part question or.
No, I'm relieved that you're monetized, because if you weren't, I was going to say, yeah, we're going to do a party until you are. So that's good. I'm glad for you.
Well, with everything that you do, like if you weren't, you should be.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why I'm trying to bring light to new content creators, that's just starting out, you know, to help them get their hours because sometimes you can have um, enough people but not enough hours.
Yep.
And to get hours, it's best to do a live because if you can have like even if it's 20 people, and you're on for an hour, that's 20 hours.
Yeah.
So I just
But wouldn't it have to be under their channel?
yes. But the whole point of me, I'm trying to get them out of their shell. I'm trying to get them used to being in front of the camera. I'm
I
used to
gotcha.
used to them interacting with the chat. It's just trying to get their nerves settled so that way when they actually can, it's smooth.
Yep.
I
And
gotcha.
and even if they're not monetized, they can always do a free StreamYard, and do their own lives to get their hours. So I'm trying to help break that barrier for them.
Yeah.
Break the algorithm a bit as well, because visibility it's a tricky beast these days.
Yeah, it's
It is.
well, we have 2 minutes and we can wrap it up.
And I will also tell you that once you have it, you have to learn how to maintain it and keep it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I took a day off. I think it was last week. It was last week. I took a whole 24 hours off of YouTube. I didn't post a single thing. And I fell all the way to the bottom of the algorithm. And I posted a video the next day. It got 15 views. 15. And it took 4 days for me to climb back up the hill that I fell down just because I took 24 hours off. So once I got back up there, the video that only had 15 views wound up getting more views. But
Yeah. YouTube is an unforgiving mistress.
it is. They're like, "Where have you been? Goodbye."
Mhm.
That's what happened to me when my sister had passed, because I was gone for, several months,
Yeah.
and it's like I went from 13,000 views all the way down to like 2. So, and now I'm having to work really hard to get that level back. So I understand exactly what you're going through.
Yeah.
Just by taking that one day, just like kills you.
Yep. So. Oh,
Well, I don't post every day, but I work every day, if you know what I mean. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have that, but you have that set pattern.
Yep. The algorithm knows your pattern.
And I almost think that's what the algorithm actually looks at, is your pattern.
Yep.
Is your pattern the same? And that's what I want to try and get back into my pattern of, Friday and Saturday and a Sunday video. I'm trying.
Yeah. It's not easy.
Now, buddy, it's your turn to get back on the ball. Do more videos.
I
Wow
know.
us with your acumen of the arts,
I'm way behind on everything.
which is quite all right, as long as you get back on at some point. We miss you
I
on
will.
here.
And there's with me having, so I pay for StreamYard. I paid for an entire year. So supposedly I have a way that the video, so it's my channel, but everybody that's on panel, I'm I'm there's some way I can give you guys permission to post that on your channel, so you guys get credit for it too.
Oh, wow. I was not aware of that.
So I just have to figure out what the panelists have to do, because you have to, like, I think you have to put your channel in somewhere, and then it automatically uploads to your channel after it's done. Because
Cool.
once I hit end and it totally ends, it automatically uploads to YouTube for me. I don't have to do a thing. Supposedly, that's what's supposed to happen to you guys that's on panel. It's supposed to just automatically upload to your guys' channel.
Interesting.
I have to go in and I have to read and figure out how to do all that.
Okay. Well, keep us posted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, that way the video, can be, Juan can post it on his, and Buddy and everybody can post it on their own. So that way you guys get views,
Well, that would be very nice.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I'd have to start behaving myself.
Yes, you. Yes, you do.
Buddy's just terrible. He's been terrible the entire night. I mean, come on.
I know.
Oh,
Kevin was on the verge of wanting to kick you out, and I just, he'll be all right.
That, I'm sweet and indecent.
Wow.
Yes, we know about your proposal. All right. Well, listen, I've got 6% left. I got to skedaddles. But listen, thank you for having us on and hosting tonight, Russ. Thank you. Good to see everybody. All the things. You guys keep it real, caffeinated, stitching, safe, and everything else. Mwah! I love you guys.
All right. See you.
I'll see you later.
Bye. And I'm also heading out as well. Thank you so much, Russ. It's been great.
More than welcome.
Yes, and nice to meet you, buddy. I hope to meet you again.
You too, and I hope so as well.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
You too.
Bye. And now there's 2.
Countdown is on. Oh, what is that? The 10 Little Indians. Agatha Christie.
But we're down to 2 little Indians.
Yes.
We have 2 little Indians. I've got, so I guess I need to pull because I only have. I got the blue that I finish, then I've got this other color, and then I have this pink, and then that's it for this. So I am going to pick out 15 colors while I'm here. So that's number 1.
Pretty.
There's 2. And there's 3.
Like that.
And 4. 5. 6. 7. That's a beauty. And
Like
that's
that.
number 8. There's 9. And there's 10. There's 11. 12. 13. 14.
I like that.
And there's 15. And we have 30 left. And this blanket will be done.
It's a lot of work in a blanket.
Yes. A lot.
I started mine about 2 years ago, and it's still, I mean, maybe 2 feet wide, but I'm just using scraps from where I've made socks. So
That's what this yarn is sock yarn.
yeah,
But
So-
only it's just minis. Hey, did you get my email? Did Moonrose? Let me see. Let me see.
questions, answers.
I'm. Let's see.
Do you have it?
I am not seeing. Moonrose, if you sent me something, I am not seeing it. And I went all the way back to May 27th. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe put your email in again. Make sure that it's the same she put in.
Kevin, can you put my email in? I'll have Kevin type it in real quick. Oh, she messaged me on Etsy. Okay. Yeah, I can't get to my Etsy account because I only do Etsy um, through my iPad. But uh, I I really thank you for coming up, buddy. I really appreciate that.
I really appreciate you thinking about me. I really do. I needed this, and I appreciate it more than you know.
And I know things are not always in our favor, but just know that I'm thinking about you, and
Likewise.
I'm always here, and I'm always up.
Now,
So
you and Craig, I can message anytime after midnight. Anyone else, I'm afraid to.
I get up usually around 5 o'clock in the evening. So from 5 o'clock till 9 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, about 3 o'clock in the morning is when I start going downhill fast. Your midday. Well, dear, mother's up, so I'm gonna need to
Yep.
go. Make sure she's okay.
Yep. Nope. You do what you got to do because I'm going to end it myself because I'm getting tired and I want to go sit in my rocking chair.
Take something nice to work on and something nice to drink with you.
I intend to.
You take care, my friend.
Yep. You too. I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Bye bye. So everybody, I want to thank everybody for stopping in. It was a wonderful time. Um, I will be doing this panel again, but I also want to put a panel of all women. I know I'm not a woman, but all the others will be a woman. I want to get that going as well. So until I have my next video, I love you guys, and I'll see you in my next video. Okay? Bye.